breakdown of the IDs. It is a smaller sort of pool. We have the 27 players for the APAC event, which is split fairly broadly across players native to the APAC region and players from time zones that are just as accessible. Lots of East Coast North American players for whom this is a fairly doable time zone. But it's a fascinating split. We've got an abundance of ASA Group, absolutely dominating the HB representation.
Hang on. Rip stream. What does rip stream mean?
Rip stream sounds like bad news. Is that a YouTube rip stream or a Twitch rip stream?
Oh. Okay, stream. Okay, looks like the stream has been moved to the proper event.
Okay.
Okay. So, everyone, we're doing the multi-stream, and we're dual streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Twitch stream proceeded as usual. YouTube didn't recognize that we were starting the scheduled event. So it looks like something has been fixed there. And we are back. Zombie stream. Try refreshing if you can hear me. Anyways, I am betting that games are about to start. So let's get in there. Tournaments. Anything? All right. Any particular table we want to see? Bearings. So we have. What would you say we see what Op's up to? Would you like to see maybe table 1? MJ.
Table 1? I can pop into table 1 and see if they're down for some stream action.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Hang on. All right. Maybe let's take a look at table 2, actually.
Table 2? Alrighty.
And indeed, I do see some names I recognize, both in the chat and in this here table. So, hello, Binkle what's up? No, Binkbonkle. And then we're currently eyeing up table 2, which is Whiteblade versus Man in the Moon, 2 people on the west coast of the Americas. Very strong player. Whiteblade makes those criminal deck lists with the provocative titles.
I think one of our players is in the washroom. The other player has okayed the stream, so we'll hold on a little bit.
Yeah, do you know when we're starting the starting the stream? Or I'm sorry, do you know when the round starts?
I do not know when the round starts.
All right, let's read some. 2 timers started. All right, looks like the round has started mere moments ago. That's right, Eric playing CBI. I, for one, am a very enthusiastic Ob sicko. I don't know if...
It is a fan favorite ID for good reason.
And I see allegations that maybe these are Smurf accounts. We will find out.
Okay, both players have agreed on table 2.
All right, and we are in. Got to zoom in. I must have been looking at some asset spam games. So you see here, Man in the Moon on Ob.
Just did the exact same thing.
Speaking of asset spam, we have 2 new remote servers. There are a couple of things going on in Op. Sometimes people are playing a bunch of servers and they intend to trash them all with a mutually assured destruction for some kind of kill combo. Or there's some fun things you can do with hostile architecture to just be annoying.
Absolutely.
And we see
there's some sort of delicious karmic justice about playing mutually assured destruction with Eric's face on it against Eric.
That's called sending a message.
What?
And we see right away the runner just throwing a lot of money down the trash to get rid of any possible start from Op. Sviatogor, best card in the deck, arguably, but it's so expensive to trash.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the pieces that gets the engine going, and once it's going, it's so hard to stop it. So anytime you get the opportunity to get that Svigator off the table before it's done any trashing, any good work, it can be a big boon. But like you say, 4 to trash,
Ooh.
it starts to add up pretty quick.
More Sviatogor. And Sable, given those R&D rolls, great to get those free accesses, even if we haven't seen anything yet.
Ooh,
And
Maryland's gone. It's such a big boon for that Crim player, because those Marylands do so much work in this deck more than most decks.
And once they get rezzed and take just a single turn some money off, it's just so demoralizing to trash them.
Absolutely. Just shuffle themselves back in and you feel like you've gotten nowhere. Both of these players on decks they have significant experience on. I feel like I've seen Eric playing this sort of twinning style Sable, if that is what this is, more than any other. Well, I suppose usually in his pet Zaya, but certainly a good Sable list and someone with a lot of experience on Crim in the last 2 years.
Ooh,
And I think
trashing
Man in
the
the Moon
Spin
had some
Doctor.
pretty major. Trashing the Spin Doctor. The credit situation on the Corp side, keeping low, but as long as Eric's got enough to do everything that that he wants to do, you'd take it to keep the odd player on no remotes.
Yeah, nothing super critical. I just know that I'd like to have 2 extra Sviatogors back in the deck, but we can get to that later.
No preemptive actions anymore to just shuffle everything back in and keep the resources high.
Yeah.
Got to work it a little harder for your reshuffles nowadays.
Yeah. And Eric had to play some honest money for that. No Ms. Bones yet. So honest money does not get you that far in the asset matchup. But we're finally here to start a remote and set up a challenge.
An ice card with an advancement counter on it, the way the design is intended.
Shadow
Swift's
asking
coming down. A lot of tempo to come this way.
Shadow asking why didn't the Marylands get shoveled back in? That is because they were unrezzed. That text is not active if they're not rezzed. So trashing them before they get rezzed, they don't get shuffled back in. Yep. And then we are just speed running this matchup here. Swift makes you go even faster to click JNet buttons. But Man in the Moon getting away with an off-world office. Not the scariest thing, but I will not say no to 7 credits.
Exactly, yeah. Good tempo, good money, and getting on the board.
Apologies, Cror. I just had to see op games. Tuning into APAC stream to see 2 people from the America's West Coast. All right, Bravado.
Very true.
Bravado HQ.
Although at this point, I feel like Whiteblade has played in more APAC tournaments than he has North American tournaments, so it comes out in the wash.
Yeah, Bravado
Getting
HQ
to have-
is it's very valuable because you do kind of force the corp to res something, but that gives you the information of what you need to do for them. But Man in the Moon has a very good border control that telling you that this is what you need to get through to do for me. It doesn't give you a lot because you just border control it.
Exactly. Stick the Afshar there that the Kurapira can't get through. But the number of clicks per turn that these Sable decks can take once they've got a Swift down, hitting Bravados and Laundries on the marked server, insane value. You love to see it.
It is so much. But the Sable clicks are shut off till you get something else, and we are once again starting a remote with an upgrade. Do you think this might be a Waroid tracker?
Fascinating. Waroid tracker situation could be for sure.
Because this deck looks like it wants a certain amount of uniced remotes to survive. And the runner is a bit low on money. Well, not for long.
Bravado having the good grace to give you your money even if you don't really feel like breaking the ice right now.
Yeah, Sandstone gives you an incredible initial tax, even if it's not going to stick around for long. All right, we see a pinhole threading and... Huh? All right, asking, how do undos in JNet tournaments work now? Good question. I think generally if you do this right away, your opponent will let you undo it. But realizing maybe
These
I
two
should
players
class
know each other
act.
very well as well, so I'm sure we weren't about to have any complex rules interactions.
Yeah, Sable already down to 19 cards. You probably have to assume that they've got a pinhole by now.
It's a bit of free information for the odd player. Hitting runner turn 7 now. These two players both playing very quickly. Given considerable experience with both of their lists, not overly surprising.
All right, we've got the Shibboleth. That'll get you in through the code gate. And Audacity looks like it's a very powerful scoring card. Ditch your whole hand, get 2 free advancements. We've always asked, what if Biotic Labor should be about 6 credits cheaper? That's what Audacity is.
Exactly, and very good information to have.
Ooh, there's the Warroid
Deep dive
trackers.
coming down.
And that's a Basalt Spire in the top 8.
Yeah, you're always happy to see a Basalt Spire in the deep dive. But yeah, you're right. There's 3 copies of Warrior Tracker set aside, which gives you very nice information for Server 7.
Yeah. So now we get to see what do you want back out of this? Because that's 2 Spheatigors. Okay, that's an extract.
Extract.
And yes, that sandstone looking less and less valuable by the day. Although it's still expensive to break it with the Kurapira.
Second deep dive. Is this the end? It is the end.
That's the end.
Good game.
Damn.
Double deep dive gets it done.
Yeah, the thing about missing on deep dive is you just have a click to play the next deep dive.
Whiteblade says he had the stone cold nuts. Sometimes you just double deep dive them on turn 7.
Yep. You did. Whiteblade did get 2/3 of the way through the deck. Though maybe the nuts just means, getting the card draw to line up in the order.
It is one of the risks that you run with the, lightly icing central servers.
Mm-hmm.
But that's netrunner.
All right. So if we want to take a look at... Let's line up another game for us. How about... Let's see if we can find some APAC players. I think table 12, Toron versus Prof Wacko. I think
Table
Toron's
12?
APAC,
I'll put
right?
in an inquiry. Toron, I think, is North America, but Prof Wacko is definitely APAC. I might be wrong about Toron. Okay. Have we got any other tables you would like?
Let's
We've
see.
been directed elsewhere.
We have a Zaya games, Santa versus Scarios on table 7. Always fun to see what's going on there.
I'll put in an inquiry.
Oh. Browser, please behave.
I should have this copy on my clipboard for...
Table 8, definitely a good shout. We have just seen Sable, so it's a very Wayland.
Darius V. Santa has been greenlit.
Table 7, we're good to go.
Okay. Scarius is predicting he's about to lose.
Well, that is a scary looking square area with 2 Atlas counters.
Yeah, Atlas with 2 counters. Santa being on 4 points, not 5. means you might get another shot at redemption. But yeah, you would certainly take the court position over the runner position.
Yeah, and the Corp does have the magic 4 bad publicity that lets you score out regulatory capture.
There is one big deal removed from the game. We're not quite at the credit total to turn next turn into 4 up to 7 win the game. With 2 Atlas counters, the world really is your oyster.
Yeah, this does look like Zaya on a similar plan as we saw earlier. Playing diversion of funds. Not everyone's choosing to play diversion these days. So I'm going to take a guess that this Uniced HQ has donated a few credits to Zaya this game.
And imagine so.
All right, add in hostile takeover.
HQ.
Just one agenda at a time.
What's a 5th bad publicity among friends?
It's about 5 credits, I'd guess. It is a good feeling as outfit to get all the hostile takeovers. It's so much money. Ah, yes. Mr. Sock Monkey pointing out, oh, there's a border control on HQ that got popped a while ago. Boomerang the envelopment down to 2 counters. This will get you into R&D. We got 1 twinning counter to work with. Envelopment is a cool thing to choose an outfit. A lot of people only want to play that in op because you get a down cycle it when it goes, whereas an outfit, it just goes. No rebate on that ice. But it looks like outfits going fast enough to find it worthwhile.
Yeah. If you don't have the right breaker, getting through an envelopment can be not feasible in a botulous simultaneous boomerang situation.
And the runner has no clicks left, so Santa, you say. So Santa adds the Project Atlas directly to add the regulatory capture into HQ because you can't come back into HQ to grab it. So just removing it from R&D to make sure the runner can't get that out of your hands.
Shuffle into unstealable, untrashables. There was a reg cap, but that won't be enough. Install advance.
We
chalk
got
one up
him.
for the outfit.
All right. Would we like to see? All right. How about we try to pick the different factions? Okay. Well, table 10 is Kit, although it's Asmari, so that game is very likely to be over by now.
Can have a look and see.
So we were playing single-sided Swiss, and we get 40 minutes around. Go ahead.
The game is still in progress. I'll just drop a line. Asmari's on 6 points, but there is 2 servers with 3 ice each. So it's one hell of a board state we're looking at.
Enormous board state.
All right, both said yes. So Diene versus Pokeball, though. Not the standard distribution of ice on servers.
Yep, standard Staper
Although 2 of them are
distribution.
2 of them are rhyme.
And we see Kit on the classic Spark of Inspiration Breaker Suite, the 2 biggest icebreakers in the game. And we just see a deep dive here. Right, wheels
Only
got
3
popped for
points
an
in the
extra.
globe.
Yeah, wheels got popped for an extra click, but only saw one. Free ice res. Oh, to get a wraparound.
The value. 2 influence
Such
being spent on
value.
steel skin scarring in the kit list. I haven't been keeping up with my kit lists. 2 influence out of your 10 on steel skin scarring. Is that a standard spend these days?
Not to my knowledge. The wheels makes a lot of sense because you need that for the deep dive.
Certainly. Miss Bones, very standard spend. Some innovation in the space. Good to see.
Yeah, I guess.
Give you a little bit of extra gameplay against some of the kill decks, maybe.
Yeah, and Asmari has evidently been eating well, seeing the runner on Anakim and prepaid voice pad. We're just going to play an event every turn. Have you ever felt that your
Incredible
ID
idea.
should be 2 pad campaigns?
Exactly. Who needs ETF if you could just get 2 credits a turn instead?
Yeah, we could probably put ETF back into the game, and it'd be underpowered.
It's the overclock on the remote. These breakers together are such a powerful breaker suite. Especially
Yeah,
if one of the pieces of ice is Rhyme.
yeah. It does make you cost an extra credit on Lobusomum for the Bran.
That's
But
good. I like
yeah,
that.
and reversed accounts. So when you have this Doom rig, largely what you end up doing is you just hope you have enough nonsense to make them come into the remote as many times as possible. So reversed accounts, great thing to have here, even if you're not going to be advancing that.
Absolutely.
This being an Ismari deck, you probably do have. You've only got 3 agendas or 6 agendas in the deck, most likely.
Yeah, and all of the sender messages are accounted for now. So the only agendas remaining would be your second spend, which often in these lists in the past has been re-education.
Do we have any hint that this is a re-education deck? I don't remember reversed accounts being part of that usually.
Yeah, not in the lists that I've seen, though I haven't. Certainly Daily Quest would surprise me. So this could be more of just a degree mill situation. It doesn't take that much of investment if you're already on Hollow Man to give yourself that re-education plan. But with the number of cards in hand being so low, it's not especially... It could be anything. The text could be blank. You're looking just to score and win the game. Is Echo Chamber still around?
Yes, Echo Chamber is still around. That is a degree mill
There is
and a
Degree
Hollow
Mill.
Man. So threatening to end that, just what's our scoring plan? We're going to 9.
Certainly looking like something of an uphill battle for the court player now. Finding a scoring window in amongst against 15 credit, Lebiosum, Orca. Not
And
a...
hey, Restream Brought is alive and well.
Oh, perfect. Granted, this brand can be slightly menacing to break through, given it's no longer the outermost ice. If the lobby's not set up.
Yeah, now it will take a long time, or it'll be a very hard-fought battle to try to actually run Lobusomum out of counters, but it can be done. Yeah, with a code gate on HQ that's cheap to break, Lobusomum is not running out of counters.
No. Yeah.
But I think we found out how the
remote
7th
is
point is going to
porous.
happen. That is a backroom
Very true.
machinations.
Backroom machinations.
Yeah, you remove one
Make sure you
tag,
don't
turn this into
accidentally
1
float a
point.
tag. Make sure you don't let the credit total get too low if there's going to be a
A public
public
trail.
trail, backroom machinations sort of situation.
However, running all 3 centrals certainly suggests that we're up to something.
It smells like the end of the game. Doesn't mean it will be. We've all whiffed deep dives in our life.
Yeah, there's 2 agendas left.
15 cards. Does drop you quite low. If there is a public trail,
Well, the future's awfully far away. I'm here for short-term gains.
exactly. Here to play like Kit would want.
Yep, Diene offering an action in case that's a spin doctor. Maybe you want to shuffle some non-agendas back into the deck.
The tension's killing me. If this
Yeah,
last click's not deep dive, I'll laugh.
Yeah, because you just know that.
There it is.
There's both of them.
They're all there. GG.
Because you just know if you draw 2 cards, you'll end up just bringing the agendas into their reach.
Exactly. Another runner win.
They are killing it.
Diogene remarking rhyme is expensive. You'll love to see it. Change those breakpoints just enough.
Yeah, we've all learned that changing the math is a terrible, evil problem with the release of Stegodon.
That's an especially evil interpretation of changing the math.
Shows cards from HQ. There was a public trail in HQ. That's sick. Actually going for the public trail backroom machinations.
Wow. And there was not, the financial situation was not such to pay 8 to prevent that tag. So if the deep dive whiffed, play to your outs. Always play to your outs.
Yeah, Diogene commenting, reversed accounts cost a lot just because it makes you go through that server. But let's get back to the Cobra. All right, what we see in so we were just looking at a kit deck. Let's see what else. I guess we have to look at the tournament tab to see what's still running.
Yeah, slowly thinning out the numbers. Cobra looks like a pretty even split between Corp and runner wins. You love to see that.
Well, you want to see if we can catch the end of table 6, Essa versus ASA Group. Say that 5 times fast. We have to make sure that we pick the hard to differentiate matchup at the start of the stream while I'm still well caffeinated. And to call in saying that there's a contract out there saying you have to move to APAC if you play in APAC. And it seems like they have the coolest
any of the other
zone.
tables catch your eye? I think table 8 or table 13 we haven't already checked. Yeah. If either of them looked good to you.
Yeah, let's see about table...
Yeah, I think if you've played in more APAC continentals than you have in your own continentals, you have to apply for a passport.
Yeah, let's see if table 8 is still rolling. These are some very fast games at work. Yeah, pick a game, any game.
12 points for the corp, 5 points for the runner in this, so it's not instantly about to end.
Yeah, everyone's going to be well into their games by now.
Yep. 2 thumbs up for Etienne versus Giat.
Oh, my browser's struggling to load all these assets.
The runner trashing a cohort guidance program. Absolutely run away with a game if that's left res for too long.
Yeah, that's a dangerous asset. And the corp's at 4 points, so they got to score an Ikoa most likely.
Certainly be hoping to. Moneying up the Jeeves way. Not necessarily the position you want to find yourself in, but with 5 cards in the grip, it doesn't take much for ASA to bounce back financially, especially with 3 servers with a single ice on them. There's still 1 fully operational in rotation.
And we see that Earthrise Hotel has been kidnapped by Malia Zoloka. At this point, do you want to, would you want to try to get your Earthrise back?
I think without a Miss Bones is probably the kind of situation where you're weighing up in your mind how much are these cards worth versus the credits that I'm going to spend investing to get her back.
Yeah, because if you also have to trash this Bioroid to get back your Earthrise, Earthrise costs 7, and people already don't want to play it at 4.
We've got 2 deep dives in the heap, and only 5 points to show for it. But I suppose one of those is Ikoa, which doesn't necessarily play the nicest with deep dive, and
it sure doesn't.
Scoring large numbers of points in a turn.
And we have some
love to see
ongoing...
the patented Blueberry Diesel of these deep dive green influence Sable decks.
Yeah, and we've got some ongoing money with the info bounty and the security testing, but this economy is precarious. All of that goes if you just want to go through one drafter, which doesn't feel great.
Yeah. Playing only in faction breakers does give you some pretty frightening nemesis.
But this is a pretty exciting bravado, because at 4 credits, the Corp can res some serious problems for you. Like, there's one more drafter somewhere that I don't see anywhere, and you couldn't break that without your Carmen and only 2 credits available.
And adding a fully operational back to hand right now would be... high risk play, but will be high reward if this ice is something like an ablative that... Or ablative might actually be pretty good for the reinstall, but something that's easily breakable.
Yeah, but it is threatening with enough money to just trash the Spin Doctor. So the Spin Doctor has to put those presumed agendas back into the deck where you can get to them.
Spin Doctor shuffling back 2 unseen cards. No trash on the Moiras. Don't want to earn the ire of any of the trash punish, I suppose. Does leave the server still fully operationable. So there's the trade-off there.
Yeah, fully operational. What a card. That'd be +7 in this board state. 2 of them in the bin, though.
Dreams are made of. 2 of them in the bin, yeah. The spin not being able to use to be shuffled back. One of those 2, I'm sure, is an indication of just how valuable those face-down cards were.
All right. Ooh. We're paying honest credits to get rid of the wage workers. Just collecting security testing money, though, on the powers that be. That doesn't have many more triggers left in it.
Very true.
And yeah, it's a bit of a liability because slow magnum opus is still magnum opus.
7 credits is a decent number. Sorry, go ahead.
I bet the Corp would get rid of powers that be now if they could. They probably just want to close with an Ikoa project.
Yeah, you would certainly trade it for even just its install cost.
This is why everyone should be playing op.
With an Instract. If there's more spins in play, you can just install over it with one of those, get it off the table, get the spin off the table, try and make them pay at least some credits for their runs.
Lots of cards in HQ, not a whole lot happening.
Fully operational. There we go.
Ooh.
So punished for not trashing that virus, though who knows if there would have been some sort of punishment the other way around. We stepped in quite late to this game. And suddenly,
suddenly
this position doesn't look quite so bad.
Yeah, it looks like something was squirreled away in server 1. Hey, Jai. I'm not the Metropole grid. That's tomorrow.
Maybe someday we'll have the buttery smooth comms of Andre from the Metropole grid.
I'm not sure we've ever seen him on a stream. We're going to have to do a face reveal. Yeah, that is a good question. Jai, this is APAC. You're supposed to be here.
Defending the Asia-Pacific region from these Seattleites. East Coasters.
That's the West Coast.
Showing up with their impressive tournament records. Oh, you're right. East and West, wrong way around. West Coast.
Yeah, we have this cool little mnemonic device. It's like the West Coast is the left coast is the best coast.
Yeah, to get the East versus West North American crew battles going. Settle the score.
Yeah, you heard me, East Coasters.
I got thrown off by that part that's almost the East being called the Midwest.
It's okay. American geography does not make sense.
Yeah, run it deep in the tank. If you do run server 1, invest all the resources, and it is a ruse, it probably will spell the end of the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's this free click up for grabs. You just have to get into R&D.
Through a mystery and a drafter.
Ooh. This click isn't free. And Shibboleth has that awkward 2-for-2 boost, so you have to boost not once, but twice. Well, rather, you've got to pay 4 credits boosting, and then a total of 7 to get through that.
You are dead to seamless advance with these credit totals.
I think we're going to see a drafter fire.
Not to res rage workers. Drafter fire would be.
Yeah,
it looks like we are.
Yeah, wage workers
allows you to. Fascinating.
So, fully up, back in the hand, makes sense. Have a nice day. Atienne. All right. And then cohort getting installed. Okay, so there's multiple different ways that we might have the capability of scoring a 5-3. Ooh, going for the... All right. Powers that be just to get security testing.
Yeah.
Costly free click from R&D.
Delicate board state to navigate.
We're closing in on time for round 1. I think we got 5 minutes left.
Boomerang coming down.
All right, check in HQ. Don't need to have a click to steal the winning agenda. Just has to find not Ikawa.
would be a heartbreaking eco access. Just a
Surely the
single
Ick
by
was
the
in
look of it.
server 1. Ooh.
Vitruvius. Oh,
Vitruvius in
the heartbreak
HQ.
for here. The adulation for Achian.
Yeah,
Simply
Atienne,
touch the agendas.
that's sick rips indeed.
Sometimes you just know it's there.
All right, so over here in Cobra Land, let's see how many results do we have in. Most of them. Let's see. Yep, fairly even split of Corp and Runners. How have all the ops done? That's one op victory. That's one op still one op victory. Yeah, looks like 2 op wins. I think op did poorly in the Winter Showdown or New Year's Showdown. This showdown name formatting is going to be the end of me. I can't keep them straight.
Certainly.
And I think we're gonna just hang out until the start of the next round. There's only the very smallest amount to view in the remaining 2 matches. So we see ASA Group looking strong as ever. 2 wins on the reported matchups, and then I believe we just saw Atienne win on this table. So that's 1 more result we're waiting on.
Good showing for the Crims this round. 3-1.
Yeah, Crim was strong all along.
Not a great showing for the Anarchs this round. 0-4. Oh, 1 pending, 4 losses currently.
Yeah.
Is Anarch finally washed, chat?
I think we can conclude that, yeah.
Ready to call it now. Let's not acknowledge previous events or what people thought coming in.
And we especially can't be acknowledging the previous 5 or 10 years of Anarch.
Anarch 0-4 so far. Kit 2-0 in this round alone. The future is green. Even without trick shot.
It turns out the real trick shot was in our hearts all along. All right, that is all of the results in. That's round 1 complete.
.05 for the Anarchs in the end. Rough run for the Anarchs.
Yeah, but I believe in them.
Like Fire Rail says, the Anarchs, they're only going to bounce back.
I believe the technical
They
phrase
always
is
do.
throwing for content.
The power of the submarine is undeniable in Netrunner history. They simply up with the advanced strats. Winning round 1 is a rookie mistake.
Yeah, the
Second
real
lot of pairings
professionals.
are up.
Second
Oh, wait,
round
we got a
pairings
lot of
are
Anarch
up.
this round.
Oh boy. So let's all right. What do we want to see here? You know, the colors got to me on table 1 there. I thought it was Anarch versus Anarch for a second.
It's the real Netrunner future. Cut the
All right.
corpse out of the picture.
How would you feel about... Sorry, had to sneeze. How would you feel about table 2? I want to see a freedom game.
I'd love to see some freedom. Sans a former winner of APAC Continentals. Practically APAC. I'm sure Seattle wouldn't mind.
Yeah, and we've got about 5 minutes for the players to get to their tables, so I'm sure everyone's just out there getting a drink. I've got my water bottle right here. And I've got more caffeine downstairs.
No Wayland being played at all this round.
Suspicious. Can we really trust such a claim?
Is this going to be the round we see the runner sweep?
There is only 2 criminals this round. Maybe this is where we're going to see the runners just run away with it.
I'm here for it. Always love to see an Atea player. There's just something about that ID that can't help but
It is
cheer
tantalizing.
for it.
We always want to run that second remote, and then we suddenly realize 2 remotes isn't enough. See, you want to pivot and just check out table 13? We haven't seen either of these players yet.
I'll have a look at table 13.
Yeah, there's been one Atea build that...
Table 13 is good with it.
Table 13 is good. We are in. So, Atea lets you, when you install something vaguely in one remote, get a free install on the other remote. So it lets you build up a nice 2 remotes pretty easily. And it hasn't quite carved out in a niche for itself in what is an Atea deck doing when we see it. There's one build that was using tricks to install an agenda on the runner's turn, say timely public release to install a piece of ice, Atea triggers, install an agenda. And so this gets you this safe agenda on the table and you seamless it out next turn. Because technically it was installed on the previous turn, the runner's turn. So it lets you circumvent and launder seamless launches into fast advancing.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I think Soccer played such a list at the first event post-release of Atea, which I believe was APAC Continentals.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Love
remember
to see
if
just
that
new
was...
strategies we didn't really have access to before in the game. Installing agendas during the runner's turn is not something common throughout Netrunner history.
Yeah, it's one of those
I think there
classic
was a
things we
generic
try
asset that did do it, but
to prevent
yeah,
from
something
happening.
that they limit your access to.
Yep. And
like
fire
Fire
rail
says.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once ASA Group goes, this will be the only ASA Group available to us. Well, we'll funnel all the ASA Group players into Jinteki. Yeah, one or two people was doing that at the first... Oh, what was it called? American Continentals was Cascadia that year.
Cascading,
So,
yeah.
so yeah, someone was asking it. So at one point, I'm judging that tournament, and someone says like, "Hey, when exactly can I activate timely public release to make them run into the ice?" It's like, oh no, what are you doing to me? No one knows how timely public release works.
It's a good one. Some proper rules headaches.
Like, honestly, once you remember that you can never trick the runner into running into ice they can't jack out ahead of, that rule of thumb will generally cover it. But before I had figured that out, I had to
the
go.
way you want it to.
Had to go review the timing.
It wouldn't be a big Netrunner tournament if the head judge didn't get asked a couple of curly questions beforehand.
Yeah, and we are starting the round, and Comrade Coheed warns us that he put together this list only 3 hours before the deadline, so we are to extend mercy to the Sable player who's about to get Atea'd. Ooh, ID value right off the start. You'd love to see that. Not all the IDs can do that. Right, basic draw. So this is a whole lot of cardboard just moved around.
Yeah.
Ooh, suspecting the corp of trying to sneak one out.
Ooh.
Called shot. I feel like this might
good.
have been trying to just sneak to get away with that with... I don't know. Why would that be in archives like that? Oh.
It's about a mile away. Proper restoring humanity play pattern there.
Yes, and possibly giving the game away. Please don't check my hand. Was that a mulligan? Yes, that was a mulligan.
This could be a very quick stream game. And hopefully some confidence for Comrade Coheed. The Rashida Res goes a long way towards fixing any problems that ail you. That's a nice one to get.
Can I tell you my conspiracy theory about Atea?
I'm down.
I think the shuffler is
Tell me.
rigged, and you always draw at least 6 points within the first couple of cards.
How we know Netrunner's made as a card game when people talk about the shuffler.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the shuffler is me, so I don't know what I'm doing to myself.
Sometimes you just lose 7 points in 2 turns and go, huh. Some more Atea flavored installs coming down. Another Hansai.
Yeah.
Has the Hansai put another agenda in the heap?
Yeah.
They surely won't check again.
Yeah, surely they wouldn't do it again.
2 credits off a Mimi for the world's juiciest dirty laundry on archives. Steal some more points. Masterwork. Now we're talking.
Yeah. There's a Master Assassin list going around where there's Sable, Masterwork, and Jacinho at play.
Love it. I'm here all day for some Jacinho gameplay.
Yep, starting to suspect this looks like a Master Assassin list. Ooh, losing Rashida from R&D. Hate to see that.
2 Hansais, 2 Rashidas down.
All right, and we're just going to see
19
what's going
credits
on
though,
here.
so the credit total's healthy.
Lavar's
Mavin Lacosta.
Yeah. Well, one thing the Corp does have is a bunch of money.
Timely public release and Atea letting you use Lacosta like a fast advanced piece is very funny.
Okay, it looks like that may have been another agenda evacuated out of the game there. But this time there's the Spin Doctor.
Is hardware rig making everyone nostalgic for Geist, days of old?
Yeah, this deck really takes off once you get a couple of Chesfas installed. Fortunately, the runner's economy looks pretty limited right now. Yep, Bink Bonkle making a called shot, 3 snares. Imagine, you just install 2 remotes, they're both snares. Wouldn't that be some incredible Atea value?
That's what we're here for. Some ice coming down.
All right, yeah, finally ice, and now life gets a bit tougher now that you don't get these free runs to proc masterwork. All right, just going in, get a look at the top of the stack. So this offers up some instant speed installs.
Ooh. Bravado, give me my money, but you're going to pay for it through an Anansi. No credits to pay for the draw as well, so we're losing 4 cards here and rearranging the top 5 of R&D, which could be what the Atea player needs to fix whatever situation they found themselves in last turn, where they had 6 in hand and drew up to 7.
Yeah, Anansi's a real strong res here because you have all the money and now you just need to get the right cards.
Not the fastest card to resolve, but one you're always happy to.
Yeah, FFG really printed Bacterial and this in the same cycle, huh?
Ooh, 2 revolvers in the heap though, and a Jatinho. So we do now have the Simulchip revolver online.
No, we don't. There's no program
there's
to
no
pay
program.
for it.
There's no program. Exactly, you're right. It is not clone chip.
Yeah, so programs are trashed, but Simulchip requires installed programs to be trashed.
Always nice when the player streaming your game is also a judge.
And, in theory, we're not supposed to interfere, but, I'm keep it a secret. No one has to know. Right, alarm clock. Alarm clock is looking rough into a Nancy, because if you bypass a Nancy, you still take 3 damage.
Not the highest value alarm clock of all time.
And
When
alarm
you're on
clock.
2 points from turn 1, maybe you're not necessarily looking at a Jatinho kind of game.
Yeah, I think an alarm clock is probably part of the deck, partially because running HQ is great, but also that's a source of bypass that can allow you to install Jachinos that got put in the trash. They require you to bypass something to reinstall them once you're at threat.
Jatinho is such a nice card. I'm very glad it's around. Not that I've ever actually played it myself. I love cards that get people excited to build weird decks.
It is very exciting. Someone in my local meta has special tokens for counting how many Jachinos have been scored. All right, but now we're starting to look
Ice on
like
the table, an actual remote. This is real netrunner again.
Yep. Classic Jinteki, putting a second ice. No one knows how to deal with more than one piece of ice. Look at that. Boomerang doesn't even break 2 pieces of ice.
It's so Geist flavored. I love it. Have we churned through the rearranged 5 from Anansi yet? I've lost track.
Oh, I never tracked in the first place.
Oh, there's another Anansi.
Ooh.
Maybe
Well, at least you're probably getting to server 2 at this point, eh?
The Jinteki sickos in the chat smiling, looking at the double Anansi situation. No, please, Jatinho me, I insist.
And this right after having lost a pair of revolvers.
Painful. Chesva goes. They do access the card and it's not a snare. Or there wasn't enough credits to pay for snare. Never mind. Financials Lee. Corpus back to square one.
Yeah. Server 2, we got that. We have the known La Costa grid and something else. So, for very briefly, Runner could have checked this for free.
Not looking so safe at the moment, yeah.
Oh, we're trying it. We might be trying to complete the Juichinho. Yeah, and Masterwork does.
I appreciate ambition.
Mm-hmm.
Poison Vial.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Now we're talking.
That will get you through the Anansi's a lot better.
Now,
Still
Comrade
no
Coheed
programs.
Just seamless. Is this Offload Office? It is. The money's flowing again.
Now, while we were looking at Off-World Office in HB and saying, oh, this doesn't seem like the best agenda, it's absolutely the best agenda in Jinteki.
Especially when you're two Rashidas and 2 Hanso reviews deep and find yourself on no money after a couple of Anansi reses.
We're running into the Anansi.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ah, Boomerang and Poison
Boomerang
Vial.
from hand, yeah.
We'll do it. Is there a plan to knife this turn, I wonder?
Expensive knife, but maybe.
It is always tricky, playing any kind of deck that functions the way these knife decks do. When do you pivot between your game plans? when are your tools better off spent trying to get you just the agendas that they normally would try and score? But it does smell like a knife with the second boomerang coming down. The laundry's nice. That's a very good laundry.
Yeah, criminals are very slippery. Even with what I'm pretty sure is the only killers in the deck in the trash bin, they can still get through your Anansi's.
So we will get to one knife.
And this might be a decision made having seen that, once you have 2 knives in the bin, you start saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can find the other one.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
And the corp is
Progressing
taking,
both game plans.
yeah. Like, it's taken the corp a while to complete their game plan. 2 Anansi's is a big financial setback. And then
They are doing what it does best, building tall servers for no money.
And we have the very helpful knife counter over in the YouTube chat.
Runner probably will need to find another poison vial before they can get another knife going. But one program would go a long way. There is a Chesva. So that puts one counter environmental testing. That can just become a revolver with the simul chip to get another counter on environmental testing.
You're going to need those credits, though.
Chugging along. Yeah. This is a bold run, but I like a bold run.
Yeah, it gives you that opportunity to... Uh-oh. Click through a trigger. Yeah, I think in this case, you just go ahead and undo. Don't have to call the judge for this one when nothing's been revealed.
If your opponent thumbs it up, here comes a knife.
So yeah, looks like the Jachinho plan is coming because we've got all the Jachinhos by now.
Oh, I was hoping for a Nancy number 3. Just complete the central server Exodia. No hippos here.
Yeah, security testing is a fun part of these decks because sometimes, it's not usually this deck, but sometimes you face into one of those personal evolution decks where every single card causes you damage and you're not really interested in accesses. It's a great way to keep the deck running and avoid PE's nonsense.
Yeah, your opponent's playing one of the painful fool lists and you're like, I'd rather just not. How about we don't? Getting the credits out of the click on the install this time may be easier said than done. But it won't take much. It won't take many credits for the runner to get back into this with the way their board's set up. Bravado helps.
Yeah, I think you just need to get that environmental testing completed. Border control.
There's a border control.
And I don't see a fractor anywhere.
Slowly filling out the influence in this list because we haven't seen a ton outside of Seamless and Border Control. Spin Doctor looking more and more like the I've drawn a total blank. The old Jinteki Glacier ID that gave you a credit when they drew a card.
Polana.
Alana, that's the
Foods.
one.
Yeah,
okay, here we go.
Oh boy.
Acosta and Charlotte online. The machine is now ticking.
The good news is it will be clear when the corp has had enough money. Oh yeah, we had some devastating Anansi hits early into the game. There's currently the last Jachinho in archives, and it looks like the
Going to
only
get some
way
nice
the
representation.
yeah, and it looks like if the runner wants to get that, they're going to have to just alarm clock bypass an Anansi.
This game was designed to hurt.
Well,
Spec
that's
testing
just how
archives.
Jinteki likes to operate.
Oof.
Ooh,
Third
boomerang!
boomerang from hand.
Hell yeah! So this deck,
Poison Vial counter.
the list that I saw, the author said, "Hey, you never want to be clicking to install this stuff. You always want to be paying a credit to install it from QLoop or Masterwork. Because you can readily come up with enough boomerangs to just run all three centrals like this. Because
Totally. The guy
Masterwork
Ethos of
not
old.
limited to the first time.
An incredible console. When you look at it and read it, you appreciate how much it's been held back by the rest of its card pool. Because in the Geist deck of old, insane. When
Yeah.
it's supported, oh, it's insane.
Yeah, and the runner has all of the boomerangs lying around.
Will we see a border control pop to prevent the second knife here? Ooh, second timely public release is found.
Yeah, and now this threatens a very unfavorable trade because the runner's got one more click
Oh,
left.
they got the click? Yeah.
Yeah, so
You can't.
you're costing the runner just one click if you toss the border control. Extra sable click is a really big deal.
Absolutely changes the mass completely. The pop is just not worth it at all anymore. You'll need to save it for when they need to spend a click to install the next knife from heap. Get the knife emojis ready. Fire Rail's already done it.
Now here's
The
what's
second
exciting.
knife.
With that last click draw, the runner has enough cards in hand to just alarm clock through the Anansi.
Very true.
And while the corp's in making money mode, you can just start stacking up more ice. The runner has a very respectable credit total, if not necessarily enough revolvers to deal with
What's
a
the
swarm
worst
of
score we can
spiders.
see here? I guess we aren't about to have a seamless into score, see how they run.
Oh, that is a seamless.
It is a seamless.
So click to draw, seamless, advance that. It's an off-world office. No more ice on the centrals. I think the runner has enough to complete it handily.
Will we see the alarm clock?
I'm certainly
Will
betting on
Comrade,
it.
who doubted themselves on turn one of the game and asked for mercy from chat, will they believe in themselves, count it up?
You know, it's okay if
Chat
Comrade
believes in you.
doesn't believe in himself. I believe in Comrade. Believe in me who believes in Comrade.
Sec testing archives. Mark R&D.
Snare would be an amazing way to finish this if the run is just going to tank through the Nazi, but no, it looks like we are
Okay,
not alarm
no.
clocking start a turn. We're looking for a decoder. Boomerangs in hand. Ooh, dirty laundry through the border control. That's spicy. You definitely have enough money that you can survive losing the 5 credits. Meanwhile, the runner gets to install another Chesva off of the Q loop. Enormous value.
I suppose with no timely public releases or anything like that scored, you will have the extra turn. You're unlikely to be that badly punished, but again, if 2 pieces of unresed ice come down on the centrals, it's big.
Yeah, but the runner is not far off of winning through points either. So
Exactly, yeah.
it's that classic
Both win
criminal
conditions are looking
fork.
good.
Yeah, the criminals threaten you, ice up your centrals, or I get a, or I just get a win. And Ate doing that classic thing, not enough ice for centrals because we have to use the trigger.
Playing this way may beat Snare.
Another card in server 4. We still know exactly what we need to get through all three centrals.
Yeah, Fire raises a good point. Possibly Comrade may be playing to building Kurapira bypass counters to get the Jatino back that way. Sometimes I can imagine the immense loss of value that you get in alarm clocking Anansi's under most circumstances, where you take 3 net on the bypass. Maybe just blind spots.
Or maybe,
Here we go though. Here we go.
maybe we're doing it right now.
It's beginning to believe.
He can see the code.
Boomerang.
Hell yeah. Boomerang pointed at. Where's it going? I don't actually see where Boomerang is pointed.
I think it hasn't been picked yet.
Ah, there we go. Boomerang was supposed to target the Anansi. Okay, I guess we're still not going to alarm clock bypass the Anansi.
It must be going for the Kuru. Whether this is going to be funny when the damage comes through anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind.
Skateboard
Double
tricks.
boomerang.
Double Boomerang.
Is the 3 damage going to fire because it wasn't actually fully broken?
It was fully broken. One Boomerang got 2 subs and one Boomerang got the other one.
It was if they were playing in paper, but didn't they forget to click on the Anansi the first time around? Oh, never mind. They got fined anyway.
Yeah,
Shuffle
JNet's not
2
a pile
boomerangs
of
in.
JNet's not a pile of spaghetti code or anything.
2 boomerangs shuffled back in is good times.
Yeah, this is where this deck really starts to come online because
Gets Cradle install.
oh, challenging the remote. A lot of credits for both players.
Interesting. Yeah. I feel like the knife is there.
Yeah, last knife is in the bin.
The Comrade may be playing around cards that don't come to mind right now. But is in a pretty decent position either way.
And Catch Cradle coming down just in time. That Thimbleweed cost the Corp 3 credits.
We click short to go back and do it this time.
Ooh. Swap the border control onto the remote. That's cool.
Okay, hang on. So if the run ends... No. Okay, we're a click short for the reinstall from archives, right?
Oh, hey. We were just talking about building up Kurapira counters to bypass.
Here we go. The ball is firmly in Comrade's court, it must be said.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly experienced with these kinds of decks, but I feel that game we were talking about before where you have to bounce between Advancing
Yo,
your unique win. Oh, there we go. There's the
Res
knife.
Res Bodo right into a full Kurupira and get the knife back.
The Bodo res there, I think, is potentially questionable, given it did seem that Comrade may have not been actively thinking about the Genuine archives.
We may be witnessing something because Sable's about to get an archives click back, and I don't know if we're keeping track, but HQ's been
Yeah,
run, archives has been run.
giving them the install there is just going to spell the end. Giving Comrade that pop-up window that said, "Would you like to pay a click to install Getinio?" might have been a bit much, but are we about to see it? Get your knives ready, chat. Wins by assassination plot on turn 11. You love to see it.
Absolutely sick custom JNet message. That is the game.
Fantastic. Getting to install the Getinio during the run on server 2 and the border control being moved off of archives. Fantastic. The stars had to align, but when they do.
All right, let's see who's still playing. See, what's this Jinteki here? Ag Infusion. Would you like to see table 11?
I'll have a look. Oh my.
Is my computer going to lag out trying to load this?
There's 4 unresed ice on R&D. They both thumbs it up. Pokeball versus Analyze Chris is a good to go. Just a very tall R&D and one hell of a remote.
Oh,
But there is a burner
just in time to watch the
on
burner.
HQ. Depending how important HQ is, you might see an Ag Boop. We do see the Ag Boop.
Ag Boop, get out. But now we get to see all these FaceTime cards and archives.
It's the Lobby. No Orca currently, but there is an Eco in play.
Yeah, but yeah,
there's plenty of programs. This is, not the Orca list, for sure. Not at all.
Yeah, not a Spark list.
It is a Mad Dash list, looking at the heap, though.
Ooh. Yeah, Mad Dash is a good call with all these EA Sports decks on the 5/3s. By which I mean Esmare playing exclusively 3-pointers. Possibly for re-education kill, or like that one that was trying to score out.
A fascinating game must have led us up to this board state with the healthy credit total and the fairly impenetrable is maybe generous, but the double Anansi Thimble Rig Analytic Void Lacosta Grid remote looks like an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, rehosting Ika is the worst
to break. But they are on 5 points. So not all is well in Ag Infusion land.
Yeah, that void looks kind of important.
Okay, so it looks like this kit deck is rejigging coalescences. Rejigging catalogers.
Yeah. Interesting thought because, on the one hand, are you really going to go through 2 Anansis for this? No, we're just going to shut down the free advancements by another turn. And Odd Radish pointing out Mad Dash is fake tech versus kill Esmare because you don't usually win by by scoring faster than they get their combo off.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, let's see, what killers might we have? This is a coalescence
Tatubola,
build.
Tatubola. This is a hell of a remote. I mean, an R&D.
Yeah, just collect money. Though at some point,
Absolutely
you,
farming.
you do have too much money. Low
Ooh,
someone
brand.
what well capable of getting through that brand.
Yeah, very true, very true. Is there another painful sentry lurking?
Sedaka. Ooh, nothing good to trash, just a stone ship.
Which I imagine the runner pops.
Maybe.
Fire Unbroken Subs. Said I don't want it. You can trash the card in HQ if you want.
Yeah, and Sedaka, regardless of whether you trash from HQ to trash a resource or not, you do trash Sedaka. So you are getting the free rearrange on top of R&D. And yeah, there is a cataloger on the table, and I'm sure the runner would be really excited to be able to catalog R&D right
Charge
now,
it.
but can't do it at the same time as Overclock. No, wait, am I misreading cataloger?
I think you can. I was just
no.
reading that.
Yeah, okay.
I
My
think you
mistake.
can.
You can actually just passively use cataloger while you're running in on an overclock run. I was confusing it with conduit or something.
The stone ship could have charged cataloger, which is a funny, thing to be able to do, but less value, I guess.
Ooh, void out of HQ. Gonna guess that nothing was found on top of R&D.
Such a nerve-wracking position to be in as the Jinteki player when your opponent is on game point.
Yeah,
But
but
this is a menace of a remote. Oh my goodness.
yeah, the Anoetic Voids, was not chosen to go down with that pinhole, so that remote defense looks good.
None of those were Mavericks, I would imagine, or you would have been tempted to rob them of those fermenter credits.
All right, nothing in archives. And we saw on that, that cataloger, nothing in the top 4, so chances aren't great that there's agendas to be found.
Just drawing up. You need a decent number of cards in hand to survive some of these turns. Interesting. Chris has got a plan for the bacterial score. Now this is a game.
Yeah, you can load up your hand with enough cards to feed the void for ages.
R&D phenomenally unsafe to take accesses on. The cataloger does let you minimize that to a pretty impressive extent.
It always takes a second
Chris has
to
got a plan
resolve.
for this thimble rig.
Yeah, and having that extra click left over because you res La Costa now means that La Costa gets to keep on advancing something important. Now, importantly, the Corp did just look at the top 7. However, if there's agendas in the top 7, you can try to hide them, but there's not really anywhere for them to go. Like 4 out of 7 is looking at a lot of what that bacterial saw.
Absolutely. Not out of it yet, not even close. The Nisei counter will be important for making, reducing the outs the runner has to play to.
Yeah.
5 is a good number of points to be on, but fascinating.
Now, as I say, there's nowhere for the agenda to go. Of course, I must point out that the Corp had 1 click left over and put a card into the remote. That's probably where one agenda out of the top 7 goes.
It is a slightly painful remote to run, but not as bad as it could have been or was before, I suppose. It does cost you 5 to break it with lob, which isn't great.
Ika, unfortunately,
It's only 4 to break it with Ika, but then you have to rehost. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ika just not on the inner Anansi, meaning that you can't really take advantage of Kit turning it into a code gate. We usually see this very cool movement of cardboard to rig up a coalescence, charge it, get an Anacam draw. And
Interesting.
we're coming back. Corp
So,
did not.
Ag
Corp,
boot.
yeah. Just 1-for-1 click trade.
Could be just game over. If Chris knows Chris has got the score next turn, you just ag boop no matter what, and then Nisse counter no matter what, and it's over. Yeah, that looks like that's what we're seeing. So this is the game in the remote. Or one hell of a mind game. It is the game in the remote.
Nah.
That was well played on both sides. But
you don't mind game that. And yep, that was a pretty strong bacterial. Rotating out next set.
It's one hell of a card, and it certainly popped up enough during its tenure in the card pool. Especially the synergy that came late in its lifespan with Your Digital Life. Absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah, those
evolution of gameplay from an old card.
Yeah, those RH decks are gnarly.
How are we doing on the round time?
We have 1 minute remaining. Yeah, 1 minute remaining on the end of round 2.
Let's see how our Anarchs fared. Oh, there we go. So, of the 5 Anarchs on the top 5 tables, 4 of them won their games. Rumors of the death of Anarch were much exaggerated after round 1. Yeah, look at that. That's in 7 Anarchs, 1 Corp win. Anarch is back.
We're so back.
Forget 35 minutes ago when Anarch was gone. Anarch is back.
All right, we got that 1 game on table 10, but we'll let that wrap up. Rise up, Anarchs, indeed. We have tolerated not complete Anarch dominance for too long, 30 minutes. That's a near Earth hub Whiteblade's playing there. That's exciting.
Loves and encoder as well on table 1. Loves some near Earth hub. Both West Coast US players who do have connections to near Earth hub gameplay. Encoder's been a long time fan of near Earth hub, I think. Whiteblade, good friends with Ronji Doge, who played a ton of near Earth hub in 2023 with the SIU end of the line Reaper function build. One of the another one of those IDs that's been around for a very long time, won't be around for that much longer.
Yeah,
but was something of a boogeyman back in 2013, 14, 15, somewhere around there.
We'll have to funnel all those players into Epiphany.
Exactly, yeah, the only other choice. Well, that was 10 years ago, wasn't it? Aging to dust on comms live. 10 years ago, near Earth Hub.
Oh, yes.
Jeez.
And I'm here to help accelerate this aging to dust. That was a bit before I started playing Netrunner.
I started playing in 2020, so I'm not nostalgic for these
Oh
days.
no,
I just looked
you
it up.
can't do this to
I
me.
started
You started
right
playing
before the
after I
pandemic.
did.
Yeah, I started before the reintroduction of Near Earth Hub, at least.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these
Yeah.
IDs
Yeah. Are they up?
that are
Are they
seeing
up
play at the
to?
moment, Asmari, PE, Assa, Near Earth Hub, just a lot of and Ag Infusion, like a lot of the IDs that we're seeing played this round are ones that are departing shortly. So there will be. It's difficult to emphasize just how massive the shift we're going to see with the next rotation really will be.
Oh yeah. Change your stonks. Place your bets. Change is coming. That's round 2 complete
Corpse
over
Hub.
in the Circuit Breaker announcements. And round 3 about to be paired, and we will have a 30-minute break after round 3. That's round 3 pairings up. What's an ID we haven't seen yet? We have not seen. What do you feel about table 3? Santa on Freedom. I think the Freedoms are all tag me these days.
We can see some freedom. Your subtle attempt to get more ob on stream.
It's not my fault Ob is the coolest ID.
It is. It's up there. I'm a Gagarin apologist. Falsely Gagarin? Oh, that was peak.
Has anyone ever told you that you're a bad person?
Pointed it out a time or two. Let's have a look on table 3. Looked like the record-wise, round 2 wasn't a great one for the APAC locals. So, much like the Anarchs bounced back after round 1, keen to see some APAC bouncing back for the APAC portion of the CBI. Last year, we finally had an APAC champion at APAC Continentals. Jai got it done after years of Canadians winning it.
Yeah, and we had the beautiful Lisan Al Jaib meme. And
Absolutely.
And he showed up to Worlds with the scarf.
The prophecy is true. Okay, table 3 now exists. I will inquire. I'm glad we got to see the Jitinho game on stream. That was peak.
That double boomerang was something. Rejecting my basic plan of just alarm clock through the Anansi, take some damage. We're here to commit
2 thumbs
real
up
crimes.
on table 3? Absolutely. The best path is not necessarily always the most simple. Style counts. It's your 4th tiebreaker, I think, on Cobra.
Style is what makes you a smooth criminal. Got any numbers on how big the Americas field is? Yes, but I don't know where they are.
I'll dig it up. I recall where it is.
All right. If I am to take a called shot, the only Kumalo I've seen lately has been Tag Me Kumalo, eventually aiming to finish with a counter surveillance and using God of War and leeches to play the whole game and accumulate tags. We'll see if that's what Santa's doing.
Yeah, Bink Bonk will beat me to it. 59 for Americas, 57 for EMEA.
Yep. All right, so we have a smaller pod today, larger pods the rest of the weekend.
I always love to see tag me gameplay, especially given when we were alluding to the rotation before. Counter surveillance does rotate, along with a lot of the other of the last sort of tag me based cards in the card pool. So I'm sure we'll still see tags being a core part of Netrunner gameplay, given the direction cards like
Like greasing the
Sebastian
palm,
were heading.
mindscaping. Yeah.
Absolutely. More, yeah, low volume of tags, but the importance of removing them in unconventional ways rather than Liza.
Yeah,
Give me
Liza was
16
the
tags, I
thing.
want to activate 16 cards. Tag Me Zaya as well, a very, very cool deck that we saw a couple of years ago. Obelus Counter Surveillance, the only way the runners had to kill you after the departure of high profile target was boom. So Obelus would let you keep up with it. And suddenly there was a perfectly conventional and successful Tag Me Crim once again, despite the departure of Liza from the realm of ever being unbanned. It's interesting pointing out Man in the Moon has a more ice destruction heavy freedom. Being a very close player to Santa wouldn't be a huge shock to see that list showing up here.
Yeah, guilt by association.
Absolutely.
I wonder if Liza
Freedom
could.
historically been a very versatile one.
What do you think the environment would look like if Liza was around, but now we've got greasing the palm and mindscaping?
Just do it. Send it. More 50 card runners. What's the worst that could happen? Whiteblade has too much fun.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna need to
I'm not
issue
sure
an
the
emergency
overall.
ban list update on ban Liza.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the overall impact would be, but certainly polarizing matchups, to say the least.
All right.
Ice Wall protecting our remote here.
Yeah, Kumalo does have some devastating central pressure available. To say
Oh, the
nothing of
Botulus.
tricks like just a botulus on your one in the run ice.
So Amaram's really going to be hoping to have an extract in hand for this one. Rashida's going down, probably to Freedom, not even
Yeah.
not even having the decency to spend a credit on it.
Yeah, freedom
If
is
Amaram
it's
has
so powerful.
extract, this could be a more balanced board state. But if this Botula sticks around, it would be an unenviable position.
Yeah, even if you give up on that ice wall doing anything, botulus accumulating counters just lets freedom trash anything. Have you ever trashed an IPO with freedom? It's a truly wonderful feeling.
I can imagine playing nothing but Freedom for 6 months after that, just riding the high. It will be interesting to see which ob this is, given how many different builds there are. The number of cards in the deck indicates it's not the big one. But apart from that,
Yeah, it's a list being pioneered by one particular depraved member of the Seattle meta, who asked how large can an ob deck possibly be? And the answer was yes.
a lot bigger than you'd think. Yeah, the Botulus shouldn't be sticking around too long. These decks are more or less built to find ways to trash their own stuff. But the time it takes to find such a tool could be pretty big, given what Freedom can do with
Yeah.
extra virus counters.
Fire RL saying that don't worry, it'll that ice will get obbed maybe with a Sviatogor. But how is a Sviatogor going to stick to the table? It costs 0 to trash.
It does. Freedom against the asset obs, Freedom has been very good historically. It must be said. There's the Svigador, and there it goes for no money. Just in the bin. Classic matchup, Worlds 2022. Boat Freedom versus Bridgman's Ob.
2
And freedom certainly.
Sweetigors.
That's very funny. You're happy enough to be on 0 credits in this position, I think. But anytime you're on the actual factual no money, it is a precarious situation. Oh, SDS from
Oh,
hand.
no.
Do you leave it because the botulus is more valuable, or do you just take it when you can?
We're thinking about that.
It's like, just give it to me. Just taking it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. If someone said, like, hey, if you can have 4 points right now, but you'll flatline afterwards, I think I'd have to consider that. I might do it.
I do love point.
And yes, Bink Bonko pointing out when the corp said freedom is the worst matchup, that does suggest you're hoping that assets stick to the table.
Absolutely. No, some honest words there, more than the cheeky mind game. There's the border control.
I'd love to
Slight
see border
recoup.
control.
Both players being completely broke. If this is a Rashida in server 1, that could be the kind of bounce back that the odd player is looking for.
Bebum throwing some shade at us. These commentators thinking op scoring decks still play kill cards.
Paladin coming down.
Yeah, for now, you might have a window, not exactly to score, but maybe to just run some kind of asset.
Build up some sort of board equilibria for sure. Slowly meandering towards a spin to get some of these Sphigators back. Or you just accept that it's not an active piece of this matchup because of the way freedom goes and find other ways to accrue value.
All right, Leech showing up late to the party, but it's a very threatening card. It will fuel your Kumalo trashes for ages. And we don't see any high strength ice on the table.
No, yeah, Santa's on no money, but so far not needing any.
Kumalo's ability can just run extremely efficiently and not cost any money.
Super lean, yeah. I'd be very happy sitting there on 3 credits. Especially when you're up 3-0 from the second turn of the game. And you've denied your opponent 2 of the 3 copies they have of one of their more powerful
Yeah, unfortunately,
tools.
if you want to run a Svidogor, it looks like you're going to have to be icing that up with something. And we don't like installing ice or safety equipment. We just want to let the extractor run, unsupervised.
What's the worst that could happen? Urban renewal? Never. So far running a very lean game of Netrunner, in stark contrast to a lot of the other games we've watched that have been heavy on the econ operations.
Oh, Santa
Another cheeky bit of free
takesy backsies. Yeah, hidden rule. If you do 3 takesy backsies, then your name gets written on a wall of shame.
It's one of the judge trade secrets.
But yeah, Pinhole going to be just very cleanly lining up with Leech, getting another counter, and then you can probably take any non-agenda out of that remote.
Washing away. Steel Skin Strike Fund buffer drive. That is value in spades.
Yeah, buffer drive, intriguing. And that might suggest that
We
this
saw
is
a
on
pretty-
a Lego shelter kind of thing.
Yeah, we've sort of seen a decent amount of that in the last couple of years. Your Audreys, your Largos, finding ways to use buffer drive to get that long game value. Another Botulus coming down. Let's go have a look. What's in here? Another Ice Wall.
Who could have foreseen that?
Hollow Man. That smells like a scoring deck.
Oh yeah, I think this looks like a scoring deck at this point. Mavirus.
Yeah.
If there's any deck where that's going to have 3 Maviruses, it is this one.
Absolutely.
Discarding Banhar. Oh boy, that looks like an important card.
Fairly safe to say the momentum is with the runner at this point. Given that the corp just clicked for 3 credits. Oh no, sorry. Draw a card and click for 2 credits.
Once we play Hedge Fund, then they'll see.
But yeah, like we say, these decks are full of tricks, so never say never. The price coming down. There's an Araceris crew, lending credence to the speculation about it being the more crew-heavy version than the tag-heavy version. Although I think the way the rest of the game played out kind of also confirmed that. If Santa wants the Banhar, it is here. But crew with a leech, pretty compelling. It'll be interesting to see what Santa ultimately goes for. Is the crew.
It's hard to argue against destroying a border control. You got to get that
cheeky
one.
Pokemon cards.
Got to get that one leech counter, but of course there's a Mavirus in there, so we're just going to purge that leech counter.
Powers that be among the face down cards. There's the Audrey.
Well, it's great to have Mavirus in archives, but this is going to be a tough matchup. It happens to the best of us, forgetting about Mavirus in archives. And overriding that ice wall. All right, we have a whole new server. Surely this one won't go down in a hail of our Sailor's crew.
Yeah. It's a tricky situation for the Corp. Having to install over your ice rather than getting any kind of value out of the trash is never where you want to be.
Yeah, unfortunate. 15 cards in. No. I don't think Ops fired once so far.
I think you're right. The virus was just trashed. It wasn't rezzed and popped. Border control hasn't been popped yet. So far, it's just been blank Wayland ID. Everything's coming up Santa so far.
Nope. Check out what's in server 4, or maybe just threaten both 3 and 4 at the same time.
Wall to wall.
Well, there it goes down for a leech counter. Gets Audrey started.
Once Audrey started, it's so difficult to actually stop, even with the departure of Knob Curry. Before, when there was Knob Curry, it was impossible to stop, almost. Not impossible, that's unfair. But yeah, getting the camera on Audrey can be a big boon, even though the ice situation is not looking particularly scary from the odd player this so far.
Mm-hmm. So we're on drone deployments. Do you think this is on a mostly 3-pointers kind of scoring plan, or maybe a mix of 2-pointers?
The powers that be would suggest to me there's a mix of 2-pointers. I think there almost has to be. Hollow Man lending itself to both strategies is quite nice, but I think that there's got to be. Descent, a nice one. Well, not right now, but a nice addition to the card pool.
Yeah, no leech counter on hand, so you'll have to pay a card for this, but that's not a huge cost. Or just gonna fire Descent. There's also a Devil Charm on the table, so any ice you run into can just be deleted for very little cost.
Yeah. One thing about these low to the ground runners, like the ones scientist piloting, when your resources are cards that you expend, your charms, your crews, is you do need to play pretty solid and consistent and consider your plays, because it doesn't take much to accidentally invest your resources in the wrong places. But being able to play so effectively and efficiently with next to no money is such a nice position to be in a game like this, where you're both scrapping on no credits, but one of you kind of needs them a bit more than the other.
Yeah, Kamalo really doesn't need the credits, and the Corp does. But hey, that's a Tranquility home grid. That's credits.
Tranquility home grid, slash and burn. Here's the MDOM. Alright. The cards are on the table. It is an eminent domain list.
But one takesy backsy coming right up. Yep, so we got a server 3 relevant card come in. We have another powers that be. So we score the eminent domain, get an archer. That's a tall ice. I bet I can predict what'll happen to that ice.
It's gonna be a very nice charm crew hit. But hey, it's tempo, it's value. It's the highest impact play the Corp's been able to make so far this game.
And Beeblum also alleging that Descent is a scoring deck building trap in OB. And I'm a bad player, so I've got it in my decks, but it's just because it's a 2-cost ice. And run an R&D. Corp on actual 0 credits.
Yeah. The safest run you've ever seen.
And we do have the...
Server 4 is a Rashida. Installed off powers that be. Is server 5 the Spin Doctor? or is the
We
slash and burn donated?
we don't know. It sure looks like the slash and burn is covered by a spin doctor. But of course, for you to come verify this, you have to either challenge the spin doctor or come touch him a
Here comes
virus.
this absolute surge of dopamine for Santa. There goes Chisel. Sorry, there goes Charm. There goes Crew. That's got to feel good. Descent is an easy break with Audrey. Swoop in, gobble up that Rashida with Freedom. Pays 1 to trash to Freedom, and then a virus counter to trash. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, Tranquility is one of those ridiculous res cost to trash cost ratios, but Kumalo thrives on that.
Got a Katara looking breakdown.
Right, and the Corp definitely in a really tough position here. Maybe it was cruel to come stream this game, but just trying to do your best against the freedom that can walk over any one piece of ice.
Yeah, it's tough. Once they're set up like this and you're behind like this, very difficult to mount the sort of. I guess it's fair to call it a comeback. The tempo is firmly with the runner. None of these pieces of ice are particularly real, as much as Ob can become something else. Oh, sorry, the border control. There's no need to run HQ right now. Tucana and server 4. Just trashed with Freedom. Who needs money? Not Santa.
Yep, breaking ice is free, trashing cards is free, and that is a spin doctor, not a donated slash and burn. And we do at last see the best card in the deck. We see an extract coming in. Powers that be is out. Go find a Rashida. Go put new ice on top. So as pointed out in the chat, one thing you can do is just have enough gear checks to outlast all the crews and chisels, the charms.
Yeah, certainly interacting on unfavorable axes. But never say never. Play to your outs. We've already seen it before in this tournament. You just got to play to them. Some manner of spending credits for the Puemu, I imagine, with the remaining 2 clicks.
Yeah, I gotta find something to spend on them. Oh, we're on R&D. But there is an archer. Toss out your eminent domain, which is as few points as you're going to be able to throw out for this. Runner should be able to just toss cards and an Audrey counter into this.
Yeah. You can toss 2 cards and then your Audrey counter for the trash programs if you like. Yeah. Increase the strength to 6, steel skin scarring, and a crew. Oh, sorry, steel skin scarring and a strike fund.
Yep, save the programs.
Breaking the 2 trash programs.
But that's a Getting away with that and not having it immediately trashed it's a huge deal. And Santa managing to launder all the Paladin credits into a daily casts, that's a huge
Yeah, very
economic
nice.
swing.
Finally getting Rashida pop.
And yeah, I don't know if this deck plays hedge fund, but a hedge fund, and it sounds like he'd be golden.
It's a good question. With Sphegators and Extracts, maybe a bit much. But deck building, one of the more lucrative spaces to play around in with the way not only the ID but also the cards that support it have been designed. There's a lot you can do and a lot you can tinker with.
In the meantime, we see, for the most part, locking down HQ, something new in server 4. No idea what that could be. But what is 6? It's a Maryland campaign. Can't trash that with the virus scanners. You might have to pay some honest credits on that. And if there's anything we know about this freedom list, it does not seem to have honest credits to pay for trashing.
Flush with them. Having the daily cast down probably does mean 3 on Maryland campaign is worth, get a counter on the Audrey. Deny the runner that piece of econ, and like we mentioned in previous games, Maryland's such a huge piece of Obdex. Being able to not only be a 2 that you can trash and get a 1, but also shuffling itself back in. Nuka coming down for the card draw.
Yep. And now, border control. That will probably keep this remote safe. Not only do you have 2 ETRs for 1 Audrey to deal with. Yeah, just going to fire and get huge rebate on the border control. 2 credits off of that. All right, now, what has the Corp gotten away with?
Shuffle with spin. Onto Hollow Man and Archer. M-Dom, makes sense.
Yeah, so
second Archer coming out.
Yeah, this could produce more Archers than you have Devil Charms.
Not bad. Not bad. What this probably will give is a potentially brief window where you do have that server. But like you mentioned, and like the chat's been discussing, the way that the Obdeck has to approach this match is working towards these chances, right?
And threaten an HQ. If you can get in, then you can leech the border control, just destroy the 1 ice, and then HQ is cracked wide open.
Yeah, the crew coming down big.
All right, not going to give the runner the priority to do that. Just get a sandstone down immediately.
Yeah. 6 strength ice on each server now.
Meat here. Banhar got just discarded to hand size a while ago.
There are 2 Banhar currently in the heap. Banhar would go crazy on this board. But this could be the window that the Ob player needs to get some much needed momentum going. Get the scores on the board.
Run archives. Check out, see if there's any... Oh, there's no doctor on the board. Still, that slash and burn is still there.
Still slash and burn, yeah. The spin that shuffled back the Archer also shuffled back Hollow Man.
And yes, I believe that we might have shuffled back an archer.
Yes, it was the archer that was installed off Ebendom was shuffled in that same turn, as well as Hollow Man. Santa now, I'll call it game point. There's still one more Emdom somewhere, presumably, but 5 points, very good place to be.
Yeah, but possibly the servers are looking a bit locked out.
Servers are looking nice, it must be said.
I guess you probably are looking to get one more Devil Charm and then destroy that ice on R&D to get in.
Yeah, that could be it, because that will give you everything you need to get the leech counters going again. If there's a charm chilling in Santa's grip, it would be a pretty decent position to be in. But yeah, like the chat's saying, the odd player is winning this game by scoring points, and they're a long way from putting a 7th one into their score area. Filling up the remote, taking advantage of the window while it's there.
Yeah, 2 new cards.
Not having the credits to make use of a big Hollow Man score, if that's what this is, but it could be, well, it could be any number of things. There's the charm. So that's a pretty good position for Santa. Clean off R&D, get the accesses and the leech counters. Possibly Audrey counters if this is trashing.
Oh, yeah. Yep, trade one leech counter for an Audrey counter, and then clear up R&D. We might be on track to mill the corp.
It's just the game.
Just score.
Unfortunate for the corp player. They did well. They navigated themselves into a board state that looked pretty decent. Played to their outs. But, yeah. Odds were still long. Forgot about the slash and burn. Unfortunate.
Yep. Slash and burn.
But well played from both sides.
Yep, definitely. Tried your hardest to get out from under the thumb of Kumalo. All right, who is still playing, and how much time do we have left? We have about 9 minutes left in the round. Looks like maybe only table 12 is still going. What's happening to table 12?
Poke in on table 12 and see if they're down. It's over.
All right.
It was a Mateo win. Let the record show.
Yep, we got one, everyone. All right, so let's round up how we've done this round.
Oh my goodness. Runners winning on tables 1 through 6.
We can't have that. And that's a 419. I'd forgotten about 419. I'll have to make sure to try to catch one game of 419.
Looks like table 7 had a Glacier Ag Infusion beating the Jatino Sable that we saw before. Probably unsurprising in that for that matchup.
River, casting today is myself, Cephalopod Wizard, and Vale Netrunner. Oh, that's just your Discord
How's it
username.
going?
All right, round 3 is ending. So I think with that, we are going to take it to a break, and we will return in maybe about 40 minutes. I'll put it up on the return stream. Any closing thoughts, Vale?
It looks like another solid round for North America. So hopefully we can see some of those APAC heroes that are still tangling up there with the sharks in the shark tank. But it's been a fantastic event so far, and looking forward to see how the pointy end shakes out with ID representation.
All right, and with that, we will bid you farewell for the duration of this lunch break, and we are going to be returning at 59 past the hour. Catch you all in a bit.
See you, team.
Welcome back to the stream, everyone. Lunch break is over. Hopefully you've got your lunch. I do. Maybe. And welcome back, Vale.
Good to be back. Refreshed, rejuvenated, ready for more Netrunner.
All right, and if we take a look at the tables, we have pairings. Pairings are up. And I see Encoder on Near Earth Hub, who is someone I want to see, facing off against the villainous Freedom Kumalo, which will have a very powerful matchup against Near Earth Hub.
Yeah, another asset versus freedom situation, but with different tools at play.
I'm starting to think Freedom's messed up.
One of those IDs, right, where we go long stretches with not much freedom presence. Everyone's playing Ashiko, everyone's playing, Essa. But when the meta's right, the corpse side lines up well. It's like, oh yeah, freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom absolutely gets you sometimes.
And then I also see an interesting looking matchup on table 5, which would be Isuak versus Essa. Any preference between those two?
I think we can check out whichever takes your fancy. Isuak's, I think, one of those fascinating ones from a deck building perspective, right? Where there's only really one thing it's trying to do. But the ways you have, like the options at your disposal for how you want to go about it, are pretty broad, pretty varied, and potentially pretty powerful.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about we check out Isuak? I'm sure we'll get a chance to see Near Earth Hub. So that's table 5.
Sounds like a plan. We just had a freedom versus assets game, so for the sake of variety.
And thank you, Zine Schilling. We are back. Welcome back, stream.
2 thumbs up from table 5. Analyze Chris Hectorist.
And we see Essa versus Isuak, both part of the Borealis cycle. And let me get onto the right screen. There we go. And we see already, on a non-standard deck size, 41 cards remaining in the stack. Usually that's just
Very true.
because you're probably on an events Ghost Tongue build and you need just a little bit of extra gas.
Hectorist with a flight back to Shanghai in 7 hours. Otherwise, two North American representatives. If it's West Coast, they border the Pacific Ocean, right?
Yeah, it's basically
We
the
can
same.
count them as Asia Pacific, surely.
Solemn Storm on comms is myself, Cephalopod Wizard, and Vale.
How's it going? Good to be back. It's probably going to shape up as a fairly interesting matchup. The Essa decks tending to trend more on the aggressive side than the long game, late game style of runner list, while the Isuak lists. Well, I haven't brushed up on my recent Isuak lists. If there's one that people are on, forgive me my ignorance. But typically, either tossing up between probably the more common, I'm going to try and score 2 5-3s and win the game, or some of the more 2-pointer base lists.
Oh, I don't know if I've ever seen a 2-pointer based list. Because you just have bacterial programming. It's so wild. Starting off as a sprint, though, that's not a card I see in my local meta player's deck.
Interesting. Sprint did see a bit of a resurgence with the Jinteki Glacier decks early in last meta.
Yeah, cool time to dirty laundry. Finding a Rashida out of R&D. Always glad to see that.
Always happy to see that, yeah.
And Banhar. Sometimes basically blank against Jinteki Ice. Sometimes Banhar will betray you when you run into an Anansi and you take 6. But, very powerful card. 1 ice is not good enough. Speaking of 1 ice, though, here's 1 ice to keep you out of this single advanced server.
It'll be interesting to see whether we're looking at...
Ooh, speaking of...
Very interesting. This game's gotten very quick, very fast. So there should be some number of steel skin.
All right, looks like we started a little early. Good old steel skin. Make sure that you do survive this. Yep, sorry, we called the organized play police. Yeah, 4 cards yeeted. Where did they come from? Just 4 off the top of R&D. All right, no fear. And we're going to just build up. Ideally, you don't just take 6 damage going through Anansi every time.
Yeah, ideally not.
But if the corp's going to
But this is part of the aggression we talk about, right?
If the corp's going to sit back and collect dollary dues, then how exciting it will be to just keep landing Chastushkas while they're doing nothing.
Absolutely. If you give them, if you don't put the walls up and let the Essa player sabotage you to their heart's content, you'll quickly find yourself with a few more agenda points in archives than you were really hoping. Bacterial steel.
All right, huge card.
Huge.
You take a look at the top 7 cards of R&D, and you just put them wherever you feel like. Into your hand, sure. Back on R&D, wherever. Dump them into archives. I don't know about that in this matchup, but you could.
Very true. There's probably got to be a slight bit of concern. Oh no, all good. I was going to say that this is going to be a big card draw into next turn. YDL punitive, but
I don't think Isuak's on that kind of plan.
Not a concern. Getting to sculpt the draws for the next many turns, but if you're Chris, I'm sure that's just fine by you.
Yeah, clown car remote.
That is a healthy remote now. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, gonna guess at least 1 Void, at least 1 La Costa grid. Maybe something else. We'll find out.
Maybe a Daniela Jorge.
Running hot. Starting to cash in the ID value.
Yeah, true. Big turn. Raindrops Archives. Let's have a look. Just ice.
Yep, and the corp does know exactly what is on top of R&D after that bacterial score. So, yeah, Hectorus just dumped 2 cards straight into archives from that sabotage.
Not much of a board so far for the Essa deck, but doing just fine without it.
Oh. Lamb, good card. With enough money, that gets you in anywhere. We do see La Costa coming in, so that is going to partner with Charlotte to just give you 4 credits and a card each round.
The engine is ticking, moving along. Yeah, Lamb giving you the late game breaking power paired with Behemoth. When you've got 4 core, 5 core, that tends to get you through just about anything.
It sure does. 3 credits to go through Anansi is a deal unlike any other. Manually advancing the Charlotte. So possibly wanting to just have that up one advancement for eventually just cashing in your action for when you are going to trash the Charlotte. Or maybe La Costa has ambitions of advancing a Biovault.
Very nice. The Raw Laborites trashes a strike fund, netting some value, and shuffling back Ashen Epilogue, Mad Dash, and a Nuke of Relic.
Yep. Mad Dash looking like a real good card. You get to play Iswak's game too.
Absolutely.
Why should the Corp be the only one to get one fake point?
Wonder if the list is on 7-5-3s or if there's a 3-2 in there somewhere. With Iswak, you would maybe imagine 7-5-3s.
Yeah, I'm betting on all 5-3s. You can't just give up on your dreams of getting the ID point.
Exactly right. Yeah, precisely. Scoring it to 3-2, doing very little for you. That does mean any mad dashed agenda will be the end of the game. That is one hell of a remote.
Fifth card entering the remote, and server 3 looks a lot like a spin doctor. So you have to immediately challenge those as Essa, but actually it's Rashida.
I won't get my hopes up for it, but it would be nice to see one of the Light the Fires of all time.
I've seen that in a couple of these Essa lists. Game of Droids, not necessarily. It's hard to trigger Iswak and Regenesis at the same time.
We haven't seen too much of the influence spread yet. We saw a sprint. It's got to be safe to say there's seamless launch, or maybe Hollow Man. Another sprint? Is that the same sprint recycled or a second sprint?
Who can say?
There's no other sprint in archives.
It looks like we're preparing for a finality. But yeah, the Corp is already
3 points from a position like this. It's tough.
The Corp's already almost 2/3 of the way through the deck. There's agendas somewhere. And Essa doesn't have to do a lot to start making you feel uncomfortable with how many agendas are floating around.
Absolutely. Especially when a sabotage does add up. A little at a time. But it accelerates the pace of the game. Get the agendas into play one way or the other.
And here as Essa, as long as there's that Charlotte guaranteeing that the Corp's not scoring, then you can just set up for the late game. You probably only need one agenda score. If you can line up if you can line up the Mad Dash that we saw go back into the deck.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, the potential to win a game off only 2 steals is pretty tantalizing. The stream so far has been a great advertisement for Anansi.
Oh, yeah. Play it in every faction. Anansi and NBN. We'd love to draw cards.
Controls information on R&D, right? That's thematically appropriate. So here we go.
Fast double advance here.
23 credits is a healthy total. 2 ice, almost certainly a void, maybe a Daniela, maybe a Mavirus.
Yeah, and the La Costa will get you up to 1 seamless, being able to finish out a 5-3.
Yeah, exactly. And then they could potentially both be on 1 more steal or score to win the game.
And by the way, that was an Ashen Epilogue there. Reshuffle the whole discard pile into the deck.
Yeah, 7 removed from the game. We've got another Ashen.
Yeah, not much.
2 Laborites removed from the game. Running hot, moshing, we are churning through. Here for a good time, not a long time.
I mean, you've got more cards left than the Corp does. We can make sure they're not here for a long time. Hey, Chestushka HQ.
Here we go.
And
Got
it
those
looks like
cards in the
we're
group. May as well
looks like
use
we're
them.
paying through this. Is that 1 credit short though? Yeah, math is bad. Because it costs you 3 to get up to strength.
Yeah. 7 to get through anything in the game.
And yes, Hectorist, we have the Restream bot up and operating, so your Twitch gets syndicated. Yeah, it costs 3 to get up to strength. It's actually a fair bit expensive to make lamb go. So now you have this absolutely terrifying sabotage coming in, because these cards in hand are what's making the Void actually operate in the remote. Therefore, do you just take a bunch of cards off the top of the deck when you saw them have access to Mad Dash?
11. 1 from HQ, 3 from the top of R&D, 11 face downs in archives.
Yeah, it looks
Running,
just send
not
it.
dashing.
Oh,
It's calling GG.
Colin GG.
Wow, there's 9 points in there. Brutal. Live by the 5-3, die by the 5-3.
It looks like Hectorist not able to actually get the agenda into his hand. Big sabotage.
No clicks, no credits, 12 agenda points. Just how we drew it up.
The perfect criminal game.
That's netrunner sometimes. Well played from both sides there. That was shaping up to be an interesting game.
All right, who's still running?
Resolved with sabotage, as will happen in these Essa matches. Looks like table 2 might have wrapped already.
Yep, one way or another, that match probably ends rapidly.
With a near-Earth hub win.
Yeah.
Overcoming the freedom.
Speaking of near-Earth hub, is table 7 still going? That's Whiteblade on near-Earth hub versus Amaran on Hoshiko.
Look.
Now, we should acknowledge that Hoshiko is still being played.
It's not all freedom in Essa. Even without DreamNet, Hoshiko continues to have a home. 2 thumbs up from Amaran and Whiteblade. The only agenda scored so far is 1 copy of AR Enhanced Security.
Oh, gross. So this is if there's any one agenda you want to have scored, it is this one.
It's a fascinating looking list. Cohort, wage workers, AR Enhanced Security. You love to see it.
Yeah, so AR Enhanced Security, I'm sure we've all experienced enough of this by now, but the first time the runner trashes a corp card each turn, not even an installed card, just any corp card, give them a tag. And you probably die if you don't clear the tags, so it's a huge economic tax. I'm sorry, I'm not zoomed out enough. There's actually about 11 servers.
Love to see it. We saw a lot of this style of list with Reality Plus, which has now departed the legal card pool. But as long as Ares Steel, only 1 tag in the process of ping. But as long as we have cards like Ares in the card pool, this style is going to be seeing play.
Amani Sinai firing, that's going to cause economic devastation if you don't get rid of it, because every single agenda just delete a couple of credits off of the runner.
Crashes for 4 like a proper Katara card should.
Yeah. 4 or 5. Those are the only numbers we know.
Cheeky little tempo oppo, not as freely thrown out like it was in R Plus when you got your money back straight away.
But
it still gets
really good deal.
When your opponent's got a 3 counter twinning, they're still not happy with the concept of being tagged.
Yeah, imagine if you force them to pop a fermenter at only 2 viruses.
You'd be very pleased with yourself. Nice to see Daily Business Show getting played again. It wasn't the most popular card choice maybe 12 months ago, with more of the other one that does a similar thing that escapes my mind right now. What was the card in the wave of Epiphany support? That
That was federal
controls the top?
fundraising.
Yes, federal fundraising. Thank you very much.
But
But Daily Business Show, still a very good card for burying your agendas if you are so inclined.
yeah, sometimes you just got to say, hey, what if everything cost at least 4 to trash? And federal
Yeah.
fundraising does not cost 4 to trash.
Love it.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to object to this allegation that R plus did nothing wrong. R plus is wrong. You can't spell wrong without R plus.
Deliciously wrong, though. Symbol chip coming down, turning on a pretty big chunk of what this deck is capable of doing. But while the Ares tag tax continues, the imp game won't become too oppressive, one would imagine. Daily Business
Spin
Show
Doctor.
spin res, always nice.
Yeah, you've taken one tag this turn, and now you've got to get the rest of your trashes in. But you also probably want to clear that tag.
Almost certainly. These decks
They will
usually
just...
aim to eventually float some tags.
All right, new imp coming up. Maryland campaign. So here it's tempting to get rid of it, because this one, if you trash it, won't shuffle itself back into the deck.
2 oppos accounted for in archives.
Well, obviously we're going to spin 2 oppos back.
Is Whiteblade that kind of sicko? Let's find out.
I'd believe it.
This goes to draw.
Not taking the shelter draw. You have the buffer drive and everything. All right, another simul chip. That'll get you some more imps.
Yeah, have we got any... how much influence have we got accounted for now that the stack is empty? 6 on simul chips, 5 on the class act.
3 on revolver. I don't think there's room for
3
Ashen.
on a revolver for 14. Is there 1 pinhole somewhere maybe? But not enough for Ashen. Oh, 1 for buffer drive. So all the influence accounted for. So there's no Ashen, no Act 2 of the list.
Yeah, have
Only
to trash
2
that.
labor rights accounted for.
Have to trash that Rashida, and it feels like such a lose-lose. And now mashing the Regolith.
Serious money. There's labor rights. So this is our shuffle back labor to continue the train, or just single labor. Cookbook, going deep on the strategy. Simul chip cookbook labor rights. Properly into the mulchy style of approach.
Yeah, it's just like playing Doomsday in Magic. Choose what your deck is.
God, I love Doomsday. But we'll see our botulists turning into boomerangs with the addition of cookbook, as well as what programs have we got left outside of our labor rights back simul chip out programs. Other 2 botulists are accounted for. Fermenters are all accounted for. The 3rd imp is accounted for. 2 Audreys in the heap. It's an interesting conundrum, but these Laborites empty stack decks do give you plenty of opportunities to work out the best approach or solution to the puzzle.
But now the worst part is that you have to keep solving these perfect information puzzles.
Especially when you also want to give yourself the option to have the infinite Largo buffer drive, um, strike fund stuff.
Yeah, that's a pretty depraved endgame.
It sickos all the way down, really.
Meanwhile, we were so focused on the runner playing Doomsday. What is the corp up to now? Regolith? Stick another card in that server. Alright, don't need any more cards. Or don't need any more credits.
Overinstalling the ping. Get that Botchos out of here. Symbol chip is on if this is the time to use it, but it's probably not. You still have the other empty imp to give yourself. Oh, we are spending it? This is the time?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a cleaver.
Regular breakers into play. It is an interesting board state that we're in, where it's turn 13. Yes, the runners just started their turn 13. Both players are 1 point. We've currently got 7 influence accounted for in archives. It would be unusual to only play 1 Maryland campaign, so we can probably infer a bit more. But in terms of what this deck is up to,
I mean, surely end of the line accounts for at least 4 of the influence. Maybe end of the line 2 Mindscapings. I've seen a couple of Near Earth Hub kill decks on that.
And when you're the runner, how do you avoid dying to all the things you're familiar with these decks wanting to do? You got 7 twin encounters. Eventually, you're going to access centrals and try and fish around.
We are down to 19 cards in R&D. Only 1 point per player. Oh, and I'm Amani Sinai. I think we found a couple of points.
Oh, the secondaries and the Amani bounce. So you're going to have to pay into this.
I think we're done trashing cards this game, though.
Yep. It's pretty difficult to have your trashes come out. Not impossible, but it is pretty difficult for your trashes to come out as positive EV when they come with 2 tags. Ping, take for good measure.
Yep, this is why we've got the
Shipment
cleaver.
in hand. Enigma in hand. Stealth growth in hand.
Boy,
A bunch of tag punishment and some ice.
don't get tagged.
Would be quite literally the last thing you ever do.
But still, where are the agendas? Are they all just in? Well, they're probably on the bottom of R&D, but
Yeah, a decent number of them will be on the bottom of R&D. There hasn't been a shuffle for quite a while, I think. So, including the spin res, there's probably been 4 or 5 opportunities to bury an agenda.
it looks like this game will probably take up our time this round. And then, to hype up the audience, we have Jai coming in for the next round.
The People's Champion. MCA. All right.
Ah,
Now we've got action. MCA, famously a pain if you only have 3 clicks to contest it, and it gives you 2 tags from 2 areas when you trash it.
yeah, you just have to make sure
the
the corp doesn't get any agendas.
If the outermost on 11 is a ping, that's a guaranteed tag float. Difficult situation that the NEH has been able to put the runner in now.
All right. Audience asks who, and I don't know. We got some low-paid impersonator. Celebrity impersonator. Never heard of them before. Running Yamani.
Money's Sanai.
We're gonna take the 2 tags.
Runners
And-
wholly unafraid.
All right, we just don't want to take a trace 5. But I think we lose 5 credits dealing with the tags, anyways.
Are we going to see a career-ending Oppo here? That just
Well, we're still
Against
not on
you.
threat 3. You can only Oppo for 2 tags.
true. Only 2 tags, but 2 credits, 3 clicks, 2 tags to clear. But yeah, no threat means no lights out. It is Oppo. I apologize for manifesting this unfortunate fate.
Now, you do need to have some kind of cards to go up in credits.
Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. Whoops. I thought the runner just passed turn floating 2 tags. Oh, good. That was in the corp turn. At least Fermenter is the money they need.
Sure is.
Fermenter, money is not an exciting turn. They have 1 more labor rights in terms of sustain for the rest of the game. But floating the tags is not an option, surely. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have any way to try to close the game, it is the twinning.
Oh, cohort. The pendulum is certainly in the corp's favor now. Hop in the MCA. What's the score?
What do we think it is? Crypto crash? Ooh.
Oh.
Well, at least you only
I was
lost
hoping
3
for
credits.
superiority, but oh well.
But it was your last 3 credits.
Yeah. 100% of the runner's money. These lists do tend to bounce back pretty effectively in credits.
Yeah, we saw it right there where we just play the simul chip, bring back the fermenter, instant enough credits to deal with Oppo.
All 3 Oppo in the archives now, but with a spin on deck to threaten them to reshuffle at any point. Granted, that would undo some of the hard work burying all the agendas with DBS. But now that threat's online and the runner's so broke, does that just enable you to have the game closing shipment play, given we already know shipment is in hand?
Quite possibly. The corp is really low on cards, but I don't know. That really, really charged twinning is going to be a huge asset. At least some of the cards have to be in archives.
Totally. I had a quick check. There's not just one random finality to be offer drived or labor rights back for an all or nothing charge.
We do have 11 minutes in the round. I'm sure they're aware of this.
1 minute per card in R&D should be fine.
Yeah, I think if I had 11 minutes, I could draw 11 cards.
Runner deep in the tank, as anyone would be at this point in the game. Archives run. Do we see a spin shuffle?
All right. You get that spin doctor out, undo the shuffling, and this will give you the freshest, most juicy R&D you can imagine to go use the twinning.
Last click labor rights, setting up for the rest of the game.
Shuffling back in Audrey.
Chip Audrey, okay. So we probably understandably are not looking at a long enough game for the strike fund setup to be worth it.
Yeah, but are we excited to install Audrey? All right, that looks like a threatening to end the game kind of agenda.
It does look like a very good impression of a fork.
But also, it's NBN ice. How hard could it be to get in here?
Very cheap. Just tagalicious. That's all.
This is where we're going to learn that this deck is playing NGO front.
We're surely going to need to see an R&D run this turn. Or at least we're going to see what the shape of the rest of this game is going to make a lot more sense.
Okay,
Here
I guess I
on.
forgot that Audrey comes in with a counter due to cookbook.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Only 3 creds?
All right, not resing that outermost ice. Only 4 credits for Whiteblade. Vlad's.
Blood good.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Can't break that with 3 credits. Crash that, sorry.
Well, at least, fortunately for the runner, I don't think the 4 credits Whiteblade has will be able to score out a 5-3.
And even if you did trash it, you'd have to immediately clear your tag. So you would need 2 extra credits on top of that, or you would just get shipmented.
All right, coming into HQ, last click.
Probably makes sense to be afraid that the R&D ice might be something nasty. Who knows? What are we likely to find in here, do we reckon? Maybe 2 points?
There's got to be 2 points to find.
Oh, Strike Fund was in hand, so that plan is online. Buffer Drive.
I guess this is also why Audrey was put on the table, because that lets you move it to the deck. Imp.
Imp. We're going to float 2 tags. We're going to try and trash the shipment. Didn't find the shipment.
Big whiff. I mean, you're not tagged. You don't need a... Shipment doesn't do anything yet.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything yet. But why install the imp if you're not going to trash something? And if you're going to trash something, you just lose to the shipment, right?
Yeah.
A fascinating puzzle posed for the runner to solve. What's Whiteblade going to do with this Vlad grid? Pretty low on credits at the moment.
Yeah.
I know, 2 from cohort, so not as low as it looked before.
But getting even further into the deck, like, there's got to be... How many agendas are there? We're on AR Enhanced Security, and maybe the rest are 2-pointers.
There's no Bologna anymore. Degree Mill sometimes shows up.
I
But
feel
I
like
haven't been keeping up with my NEH theory crafting.
I feel like 9 or
Are we
10
looking at
of
like
these
9
remaining
agenda
15
situation?
cards. Yeah. Ooh, Purge. I feel like 9 or 10 of these remaining 15 cards are agendas.
Purge does answer a decent amount of this. It is kind of a tread watery play, but the cohort guidance means it's not actually like you are progressing the game, right?
Yeah, this has gotten you up enough credits to res Vlad's and score something with it.
Here comes the R&D run. It's Enigma. 2 of the credits. Oh, did we just trash the buzzsaw?
Yeah, I think we did. I guess at least you can go get the buzzsaw with Simulchip.
It's going to have to be the play. The Enigma was known information, but perhaps the Audrey was the plan moving forward for the Enigmas, and the Purge somewhat caught, or was not on the cards. Thinking on the first Degree Mill, the first card.
No
Okay,
dice on the rest of it. And now running back into HQ, but you don't have a credit to break this.
Yeah, no credit to break the ping. Yeah.
Right, but you do have the Strike Fund Audrey engine to get a credit.
Yes.
What's in HQ? Is there 3 points lurking in here to spell the end of the game? Spin
There's
Doctor
2
Crypto
points.
Crash, Managum
Skunkworks dodging the tag.
Oh, it's become a clutch game.
That's 2 crypto crashes down. I bet there's another one available for, despite it probably not looking like it does a lot. Although the Corp did just spend 3 credits, so now I think they, I don't know. Cohort brings you up to 5, so you can score something. But then you got to find a way to score something else.
Exactly, yeah. I feel like you got to score because there's just no cards in play right now. You know, the game has been reduced to a very simplified game state. Tomorrow's
Ooh.
headline
Into self-growth program.
into self-growth.
Buzzsaw and
Love
twinning. That
that.
twinning is devastating. And then the buzzsaw is just spiteful because that costs another credit.
Love that. Whiteblade on no money, with no cards in R&D. Well, not no cards, but you know, not so many cards. Feels like the momentum's in the favor of the runner again now. They'll be looking to keep their... Oh, there it is, the end of the game. I was going to say they'll be looking to keep their players quick for the timer, but it didn't matter. That was a good game.
Right. Yeah, good game. That was a nail
Both
biter.
sides had the advantage at
I
various
just don't know.
points.
I don't know how the game went on that long without seeing all these agendas that should be here. But that's the power of daily business show.
Absolutely churning through the list, yeah.
All right. Jai, get in here. I'm sure that's the best possible way that we could coordinate comms.
Your best
So now-
Scorpion impression.
Yep. Taking a look at Cobra, how are things looking in round 4? No, Solemn Storm. The runner won this one. Welcome. How's it going? Who are you? Introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, my name's Jai. Yeah, I got a call that there was something on today. What's going on?
Oh, we got some nerds rearranging
Very specific
cardboard.
region.
Oh,
Defending
really?
its honor.
Okay. What tournament is this?
I think this is just some AMT.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't think we would get like, nearly 30 people like up in the morning on mid January just for some some random online card game tournament, right?
Yeah. The Lisan Al Jaib APAC Invitational.
Oh shit, is that what we're calling it now?
Stay tuned, 2026.
Right. All right. So I understand what this has
Decent
been.
spread.
Four rounds of the event so far. What have we got here? I mean, I caught like a little bit of it at the front and the end.
We've had a
I mean,
decent split this round of runner and corp wins. Last round was pretty runner favoured overall at the top tables, at least, with the top 6 tables all being runner wins.
Damn,
We've had a
alright.
decent spread on stream of top tables and middle tables, medalists and Jatino lists.
Oh
Um,
shit, we got knives on stream, huh? Well, I say
we
on
got a knife W on stream.
stream. Damn.
That's because APAC is sick and the other regions are jealous.
Yeah.
But it's been good.
All right.
We've been seeing a pretty broad breadth as far as the lists go. That round was mostly a Multi Hishiko versus Whiteblade playing the cohort
near
guidance
yeah.
wage workers near
Oh,
up.
okay. That makes sense.
We've seen some Spark kit. We saw some non-Spark kit.
It's kind of
We've seen some.
I know there was an ISWAC earlier this round, yes? ISWAC
There
against
was
Essa.
we watched ISWAC versus Essa. Yeah, we had some
Sounds good.
Atea. We've been exploring the
Atea.
breadth of what Jinteki has to offer, as well as remarking that generally most of the people in the event are playing corp IDs that rotate. So we've been seeing some of what else is available in the card pool once we lose our Asas, our Neurothrubs, our Asmaris, our Ag
Shame,
Infusions, outfits.
All right, so
But what do you what's catching your eye in terms of
that's an
hoping to see
excellent
for the future
question.
rounds?
What are the pairings for this round? Have you seen any op?
We've seen a bit of op. We saw, thanks to Cephalopod's strong bias towards ob players.
That makes a lot of sense. Right?
We had a
does love
pinch of
good
ob.
PD. What a PD?
We haven't seen any PD gameplay.
All right.
We haven't seen any 419 gameplay.
Maybe table 3 then. That's the only PD game I can see. This round at least. Or now that I think about it, how much PD? Oh my god, there's only one PD today. That's in 27 players. That's unheard of.
Absolutely. I'll poke my head in on table 3. Are you really doing so?
Let me get on that.
Ob is sick. Don't let anyone in the chat tell you otherwise. Ob is sick. We stand Ob in this household.
Atea. Asmari? Question mark. I feel like Asmari has been like the biggest question mark going into this event.
For sure. We haven't seen much. We had a little bit on stream.
I feel like if we want to be watching Asmari games, we need to be watching them at the start of the round because they kind of tend to end very quickly one way or another. So I feel like we should be getting on that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, exactly. Should be good. Which table catches your eye? I can poke in and ask, or you can poke in and ask.
Looks like table 7. 7, 8, and 11 are on Asmari. Let's just check it out. Got a little bit of time left before the round starts, I think. Oh no! I say that now. The round has already started. Let's get on with it.
I can poke in on table 7 and ask if you like.
Yeah, let's do it.
Or one of the other tables, whichever one catches your eye.
Yeah, 7 sounds good.
All right, we know these players.
Oh shit! Really? Huh. What do you know?
Bear with us a moment, chat. I think that's a thumbs up from both, so we should be good on Giat versus Prof Wacko.
Let's do this thing. Right. And
here for the very start of the game.
And this is a Asmari against Lat matchup. Prof Wacko on the Asmari. We assume, of course, this is going to be the EA Sports Kill Asmari of some kind that we've seen be so brutally efficient at murdering runners as it has been in the past couple of months.
Very much so. And no surprise by the event calls against Lat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And already
Some nice
Ziad on
innate
the other side.
sudden commandment. We are going fast.
Yeah, Ziad for looking like he's not really caring that much about letting the Asmari get the once per turn trigger of the 2 credits on the ID. Just playing only the single creative commission at the end of turn 1. And normally the common practice, of course, is to or the generally accepted wisdom is to stack multiple events in a single turn, so as not to give to spread value for the Asmari player over multiple turns. Although it doesn't seem that Ziad has that many events in hand, and we see a lot of click to draw at the start of the game. We don't have a Asmari trigger this turn, although a single card is going to the server 1. Do we think? No, it's not a Rashida. All right. There we go. Spin Doctor is the rest in the remote. And we've seen 16 cards already, and it's just only start of turn 3 for Asmari.
Absolutely churning through the deck.
Yeah, it's a testament to
owning it. Was this a minimum size?
I do believe so. Just some quick maths.
6 in archive, 6 in hand, and 4 in play.
And
Minimum size.
40 cards, so very likely to be the kill Asmari. And an upgrade and a second eyes on the remote. So this is either more likely than not a Hollow Man, or possibly if this is one of the, depending on which variant that the Asmari is on, it could be a Jupstart Grid. Oh, but no, it's a virus. All right. So I do believe that the Asmari decks, or the more recent versions of the Asmari decks that have been published by Not Yeti and Cobra Bubbles, or from the performances at the New Year's Showdown a couple of weeks back, did include a copy of Mavirus just to fight the expected Arnak meta with, Arnaks, they play Audrey, we saw that last round. Armakua, very common as well. Botulus and Fermented, all the usual suspects. And this one has the nice side benefit of slowing down Fermented out of Shaper, which is definitely not unheard of, but not common either.
Yeah, and worth noting that this is a fairly well explored matchup in terms of both players are probably going to be fairly prepared for each other's decks, knew what each other was up to and how they interacted before going in.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Lat, of course, notorious for being really difficult to kill, and that's part of, just one part of why that ID was so dominant back in the Worlds meta before the trick shot ban. It's a little bit different now, of course, and I would say the downtick in Lat's popularity is part of why Asmari has made kind of a comeback in recent weeks. That being said, if this is the most recent version of the Asmari deck that's on Neurospike, it's worth noting that just the regular combo is insufficient to kill through a single Snowchip Chatroot, because if the Lat player has some ability, or I should say, if the Lat player has the ability to match hand size and get the Lat draw, regardless of what hand size the Corp or the runner is on, it's, I believe, impossible to kill through, to Neurospike through a single Stormtrooper chat room plus the Lat draw, unless there are sufficiently few cards left in R&D that you can just churn through and draw back into the second Neurospike, which is kind of an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second card in the remote now, and Asmari called it Program this time, which is a very interesting call. Obviously,
Ooh, unsmiling.
unsmiling seraph now. So the question is, do you pop the res trigger to give the runner 2 credits or not on this one? So Jet does have the ability to fetch a revolver, which I assume is what this deck is on as a sentry solution. But no, okay. Prof Wacko was saying, you can grab, this is going to cost what, 2, 4, 6 credits to fetch a revolver and fully break. And he would rather pay 6 credits to break 3 subs than pay 4 credits effectively to break only 1. And it's entirely possible that if you give Zap the 2 credits, that he might just decline to fetch the revolver entirely.
Will it be
That's
2
much better.
credits
Yeah, so
for
it's
Prof.
2
Wacko from Asmari?
Yes, that's correct. Which would have gotten from the propeller install.
Oh, right. The propeller install already triggered it.
Oh, and
Right.
piranhas. Okay, this is
Ooh.
uh-oh.
Piranha's not a feature of the EA Sports New Year Showdown list.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen this ice like in variations of this deck before in the past.
Yeah, very true.
Definitely like a reasonable include. And on this particular board state, I don't think Zet has like a clean solution for this. You would need to trash. You need to simul chip the SMC back, and that would involve trashing some other part of the rig.
Yeah.
Which is very inconvenient. And even then, you would need to be on simul chip, probably Euler. Okay, there we go. Looks like the second simul chip's getting popped. And there we go. Fermenter is the trash for MU purposes. And we are getting Euler. This will be credit perfect to get, it looks like. Pumping and breaking for free because of Euler's entry text. And we will see if this is a Rashida, this is going to be extremely, extremely tragic. Okay, no, it is a
There is a
re-education.
re-education.
So,
notably
good
that you have
news.
bad pub from the res coming in next run, not during the run that it was resed in.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So the bad news was that, of course, 0 credits, very vulnerable to any kind of punitive Counter-Strike combination. The good news is because of the lateral and because of the fact that Prof Wacko was on 5-card hand, he does last click draw, and with the lateral goes up to 6, and that's enough to defend against double punitive. And in theory, yes, you could die to triple punitive, but Prof Wacko is exactly a single credit off of triple punitive. So I don't know how calculated this was, but let's call it calculated, and let's say that, made a very good play this turn. Let's put it this way.
No subliminal messaging here.
Yeah. Subliminal messaging crit. Subliminal messaging into triple punitive would be very a very strong combination, let's put it that way. Absolute cinema, as the kids call it. Although for some reason I doubt that that's going to be the case. Prof Wacko does have access to sudden commandment YDL and kickback. I don't know how many credits that nets. That has to be netting at least 1 bonus credit. So yeah. So in theory, even with like a stock deck list, you can kill on this board with commandment YDL.
What's the name with Asmari here? We're just planning the whole turn now.
Yeah. There is like a consideration to play a value punitive here. 3 credits for 3 meat is not awful. And knocking out potential economic recovery is reasonable. But no, I think we're going to go with attitude adjustment. Just the groom. Okay. So not credit positive, just a credit neutral on this, and another installment. So we do this probably like almost guaranteed another spin doctor. There we go. So I do wonder what Prof. Wacko's hand could have been at the start of that turn, because obviously
there must have been some sort of action there because the tanking indicated that there was a possible line, right? Maybe not.
yes,
Maybe not a
absolutely.
line that kills, but some sort of intricate line to accrue significant advantage.
Yeah, and it's entirely possible that he was just weighing the option of just going double value punitive just to knock 6 cards out of the grip. Of course, that would bring him down to 2 credits, which I suppose might have been what he was thinking about. So how much is this remote to run? It's a lot more now, isn't it?
Yeah, the oil is not freshly installed, so
Yeah, and we are 2 symbol chips down, so not very likely.
it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah.
I guess you can let
So
them draw and only pay 2 credits to break it. So you need
yeah,
pay 4 to get up to strength, and then 2 to break it for 6 if you let them draw a card.
Total of 8 credits to get into this remote. I guess you don't
Yeesh.
need to revolver. Zarefna doesn't end the run. It's kind of painful though,
True.
so recommend.
And you do have a bad pub, so it's only 7 of your actual hard-earned dollary dues.
That's true. Okay, we see a dirty
Hollow Man
laundry.
Sudden Command.
That's the Asmari trigger for the turn. I don't think Zat really wanted to give Prof. Wacko that money, but on this board state, like with Dirty Laundry being possibly only econ option in hand, don't really have that much choice, I should say. Oh, and a pinhole thread. Okay, looks like we are going after the Hollow Man. Using that bad pub to good effect. There we go. So 4 credits, back up to 6 after the lat draw. And with this telework contract, Zat does have enough to break into server 1 again next turn if he so chooses on board. So Prof. Wacko still has some work to be done if he wants to secure this remote against for another re-education push.
Yeah, it's a delicate position, right? Needing to invite Giad in for a look, or find a different way to drain the credit totals, or a way to shore up how much credits actually costs Giad to get into the server.
Absolutely.
It feels like a pretty solid position for Giad, despite the low credit pool.
So, like how I see Prof. Wacko like trying to set up another re-education push is like being able to like burst up enough credits to install and res ice on server 1. Not to mention that, of course, you need to actually have the re-education to jam. And the important thing, especially if you're trying to fork a punitive kill against lat, is to be able to go below 5 cards in hand at the end of the turn, which means that the lat draw is not going to bring up to 6 cards, which survives double punitive. So if you find a way to play cards to go down to 4 or even 3 cards in hand, that makes it a lot harder to flatline the lat player. Of course, as I say that, the first Stone Chip chat room has entered the play area, so well, so much for that.
Yeah, it feels like the Shaper play is really gaining momentum here. In the corpse position, is the single ice on HQ an indication of the presence of agendas in the server, or is it some concern of burner in these lists?
So burner, of course, has not been historically very popular in lat lists over the last meta. Although who knows what people have replaced their 3 trick shots with, right? Since the ban, it's possibly quite likely that they are that this is just a hedge against burner. I imagine that there's not much point in putting barriers on server 1, given that there's already a propeller pre-installed. It's not like forcing a gear check that Zat doesn't already have. right? And I think the install plus rest cost is not going to justify the propeller pump plus brake cost, almost certainly.
Mhm.
So the only ice that I expect on server 1 is possibly another Piranhas, or possibly something that taxes revolver counters is another option. Although I don't expect that these kind of Asmari killer lists play that many sentries, which is the problem. We see an advance in server 1, so
Yeah,
almost
the raw
certainly
advance is an interesting play.
a double advance. Okay.
A double. Known porous server based on information
Yeah.
accessible to both players.
We've already calculated this is going to be a 7 credit? 7 no, yeah, 7 credits after the bed pub. 7 credits server run. If you're willing to give the corp the extra card draw.
Rolling
Although now
back.
that I think about it,
second
is it correct to give Asmari the Piranha's card draw? As let specifically, given that it would deny you your let draw?
Yeah, probably
It-
not, really.
It's a consideration.
If you have the
isn't it?
luxury, you
Because,
would want to present that, wouldn't you? Because then the net damage accomplishes a similar thing, right?
I mean, sure, the net damage, yes.
They both sort of offset the card draw balance.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, like, if you take the net damage, you can just draw back up if you have a spare click, right? But if the corp draws a card and goes to 6, there's no way that you can naturally hit that to get your let drop, aside from popping the stone chip at an inconvenient timing. Okay. And we have another install in server 3. So one way that Asmari can like boost out of like let draw range is of course to have like a naked spin out there to draw just as the let player is ending his turn. Or
It's more
if
sure
feeling
sounds like
cheeky, it
one.
could be a Rashida.
Got advanced intel on the play patterns of one of the participants. Sometimes you put out the world's most obvious spin, and it was just, the Aries. It was the
the
Rashida.
world's cheekiest Rashida. Although I will say, having played this deck a little bit and watched people play this deck a little bit, I mean this deck like produces a shockingly large number of like naked Rashidas, given that a lot of times you feel like you want to just dump the eradication into the remote just to protect it, and then the turn after you do your planogram or your commandment draw and you draw a bloody Rashida, and then, where'd I put this thing?
Yeah, for sure. When the deck's trying to go so fast, it's turn 7, there's 15 cards in R&D. When you pop a Rashida,
Yeah, and it just
it's
by
sometimes a luxury you don't have, right? Tuck it behind ice.
statistically speaking, server 3 is 3 times as likely to be a Rashida as a spin doctor, right? At this point,
Yeah,
if you think
very
about
true.
it. All right. So the question is, I think,
The bold-faced Hollow Man planning to move it over.
holy, that would be installing a naked Holoman when it could go on like a central is kind of bold, but sure.
Fortune
Yeah,
favors the
but
bold, right?
that's true. Okay, third cyber chip. All right, so the cost of running server 1 went down a little bit. And we see a gamble. All right, so Asmari up to 16 credits and just running the rewards. Are we popping this cyber chip for earlier now? It's worth 4 credits, kind of, and you don't have to go through the whole song and dance of the piranhas subroutines, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Although maybe you
It's
need
always
this
a delicate
you need the
question, right?
cyber chip for the to reload the revolver. It's a possibility, but no. Okay, just going for Euler reinstall. 4 credits to break down to 9, and Looks like between the let draw and stone chip should be able to survive another punitive attempt. So it's another Hall event in the remote. That's not unexpected, and looks like no trash. Yeah. Okay, so I do expect the last big draw from Jad here, and then probably
Yeah,
followed
almost
by
certainly.
a server 3 spin rest, followed by a stone chip chat room pop, and both players will go to some number of cards. 7. Jad will be on 8.
Ooh, a telework
Oh,
click.
but no, a 10. Okay. Oh, what did I tell
It
you?
was Rashida.
What
It
did
was.
I tell you?
The shot was called. He's in your head, Prof Wacko. He's in your head. Is there like a YDL punitive situation with sudden commandment about to unfold?
Yeah. It's okay. So the thing is, you will need again triple punitive because of this pesky stone chip that's sitting around.
Yeah.
11 cards in R&D. I don't know how much longer Prof Wacko can like forestall like the inevitable decking out of the Asmaro deck. So we may have to like push this turn. So the problem is, of course, 12 credits on 12 credits on the let plus the one natural link. It's going to be tricky to push through. You will need a trace 14, which would need you to spend
Yes. All 3 sudden commandments are in archives as well, so there's no way, surely.
yeah, so it's 12 credits per 3 meat damage that can push. So you can easily do 3 YDL punitive, but the third punitive is going to be a lot harder to land. And as you say, 3 commandments in the bin, no combo potential, as it were.
All those punitives, if they aren't fired this turn, they're offline for the rest of the match. So Prof Wacko may be thinking, well, am I YDL double punitiving? It's a huge credit investment just to burn the 4 cards in HQ and the 2 off the top of R&D from that stone ship. So probably not.
So the good news is for Prof Wacko, well, good news is a strong word, right? The silver lining for Prof Wacko is that just popping the first punitive is probably good enough to force the stone chip out, and that's probably what you need in order to set up any kind of future flatline. So there we go. First punitive, base strength 5 against the 12 credits and 1 link of the lab. So I guess the question is whether you boost into this. You might have to,
not
right?
proceeding it with a YDL suggests that there may be no boost here.
So no boost, and
it's got to be an easy
Jad,
5 spend, right?
I mean 4 spend even, right? The base link.
Oh, true. The link, you're right.
So you
The
spend
easiest 4 of your life, because like you say,
what
if you
happens
take
if
this 3,
yeah, you take this 3, you're forced to pop the stone chip, and that's like it's not the end of the world, but it makes like future flatland attempts easier. And there we go. That looks like a pay 4. And I think we expect Prof Wacko to be playing another punitive. Yeah. And this one, of course, will be easier to land because of the 4 credits already spent. That would be, you need a trace 10. So 3 plus 5 credits, 8 credits. 8 credits for this punitive for 3 damage and pop a stone chip. I think that's you probably have to do it. There we go. Second punitive out.
there it is, yeah.
Did you expect the Mario game to be taking 28 minutes, by the way?
Granted, it is only what, like turn 8, turn 9? Turn 8. It's turn 8. But yeah, it's looking very good for the runner, it must be said.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you have to imagine. You have to imagine Prof Wacko pays into this because, like, if you don't pay into this and fire the third punitive, the third one will be cheaper, yes. But after the third punitive, Zed is not obligated to pop the stone chip, and I think at that point it's going to be impossible to kill that. I think I do feel if Prof Echo is to have any chance. Wait, excuse me? That's not a number I expected.
Interesting.
Expected them to pay. That's a partial.
There are levels to this.
Yeah,
Jad announcing the intention beforehand.
Yeah.
Handy way to stop some.
And wait, the Jet doesn't pay into this. Hold on. Wait, that's very interesting. We so Prof Echo didn't pay. So Prof Echo gave Jet the option to pay down to 1 credit to avoid the 3 meat damage and protect his stone chip shark group. And Jet declined and chose to pop the stone chip shark group to protect his credit total. So of course this gives him the option of running back this remote again this turn. And of course you win if it's like a third re-education or even like a degroomer at this point, right? What's
the worst case scenario for this for Giat? Because if it's it's Hollow Man. So if it's Hollow Man, you still can't die, right? It's not advanced.
Yeah, you can't ever die. It's tricky. I think Jack knows that barring some very specific combo, is it? I guess Prof Echo could pull some kind of seamless launch shenanigans if he's not on the stock list. And that would be kind of spicy if you go like Holo Seamless, that's 7 credits, and you are credit perfect in Neuro Spike this turn. If you go Holo Seamless Spike.
How many cards can you afford to put back then? You need Seamless and Spike still in hand. Oh no, yeah, you need Seamless and Spike that you can't get rid of for that. So you have 4 other ones you can. So yeah,
it's more than enough. Which it's not more than enough. I think it's exactly enough actually because of let we go to 6.
Yeah, right.
Let we go to 6 cards and pinhole. Okay.
Pinhole.
This is a second pin. Wow, way to poop the party, lad. Come on, Jet. Okay, second Hollow Man down. Now it gets really difficult now. Oh, okay, never mind. It's a Rashida. So no seamless shenanigans here. 7 cards in R&D, by the way.
Yeah.
So
YDL, mount a final push.
Only the second YDL, right? I suppose there is a third spin doctor somewhere. So what I am noting here is that, okay, there we go. Third eyes goes on the remote. What I'm noting here is all 3 simul chips. Am I crazy? No, only 2 simul chips have been used. Okay, so Jet still has the option to reload the revolver to get past the Zaravna. Assuming, of course, that he has the creds to break piranhas.
Precisely.
And another install in server 1. Telework contract, just crediting up. Anakam is the discard. Probably way too late to install that console anyway.
Looking like the last hurrah is being mounted in server 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess the scary thing is Prof Echo can't afford to let this remote get broken into like at all anymore. Is the thing. And we've talked about the fact that Zaravna doesn't actually end the run already. So, you don't even strictly need the third simul chip to get in. You can just pay through piranhas with your oiler. And unless this exactly this would have to be exactly roto turret on server 1 in order to stop the run. Well, okay, I don't want to say likely, but it is possible. Like basically you would need something to force the revolver pop. And there is like a reasonable chance that Jet doesn't have access to the third simul chip yet.
Certainly a delicate situation with the number of assets at play that are not assets. That's a real term. The revolver being, not a permanent feature of the board. If the next symbol chip comes down, it's hard to imagine keeping the runner player out. But at the same time, there are also 4 other agendas somewhere on the table, right on the board. There's only 6 cards left in R&D.
Absolutely. So we see a
You can do all
double
this work
advance.
and just get a random steal from a central.
So I mean, there's another agenda, so what we assume, of course, and then 3 more agendas within these 11 cards. Can Asmari kill the let in this position if it doesn't go contested? I assume just by Holoman click draw, and
Is it Roto Turret? Let's have a look.
It's another Piranha.
It's a Piranha.
So,
it's painful but affordable, I think.
yes, so Ziad with a total of 18 credits to play with, 6 of them house money. So you can't get through. Okay, so the thing is, right, you probably don't care about the card draw anymore because of the state of R&D and the fact that you don't really care about punitive.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Oh, well, never mind. You can just break the first 2 subs because they're both at 5. That's fine. Revolver will probably break the damage sub.
Fire all. It's keeping it.
Oh, fine. Okay. So, okay, now you will need to break all on the Piranhas, which I think it's perfectly fine. Oh, you don't have to break all, right? You just break the damage and the run, and then you get in here. So unless this is a very cheeky Enwinic Void, this looks like game over for Prof Echo.
No NGO front.
Yeah, GG.
No,
is
the third
off,
re-education. GG.
3 cards left in R&D.
Very well played by all parties.
Absolutely. Unit cards excess 6. That's not a lot of runs made this game. Tell you what, but.
Are we looking for the round timer?
That's an excellent question. How much time is left here? Let's take a look.
6 minutes left. Looks like table 11 might be still going. I can poke in and have a look.
Yeah, but if not, I think we're sorry.
I'll ask him if they're being straight. It might be the game about to end. There's 6 ice on server 1 on this game.
That's a board state, right? I think like even if we don't need to watch this game. I mean, 6 minutes left in the round. I assume
very true.
Yourself and Seth have already gone through the demographics of the event.
We chatted about it briefly. How does it conform this breakdown of IDs expected going in?
That's a good question, actually. I want to say
you take personal responsibility for 7 ASA players?
I take no responsibility for these 7 ASA players. If everyone wants to follow me and jump off a cliff, you're all welcome to. But that being said, welcome to the Church of Fully Operational. Enjoy your stay for the next few months until our dearly beloved ASA Group leaves rotation. Yeah.
But otherwise, does it look more or less as you expected with the sort of brief
runner
time
side
that's been to evolve?
runner side has looks fairly standard to me. I did expect like a good amount of like Hoshiko specifically, and like virus and or crew in general. Sometimes those are the same thing, right? But sometimes you don't play. Sometimes you don't play crew in the Audrey deck. Sometimes you play Omakua, blah blah blah. But yeah, in general, I think Hoshiko being the most played runner is expected. The number of freedom. I did expect like some amount of freedom, maybe a little bit more, given that the West Coast crew is playing in this event. Although that being said, I'm not up to date on like which players specifically are playing which IDs.
Yeah, Santa and Man in the Moon are both playing Freedom.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that definitely tracks. The Mountain Boss crew was like the pioneers of the original Zombie Freedom deck, and I don't doubt that they are. They've made some updates to the build, and it's definitely better, or it's like the not worst deck, right? Like since the 24-12 bannings.
Yeah, we saw one match before that was Santa playing Freedom against an MDOM Ob,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which was a bit one-sided. Interesting to see on the top 6 tables, 5 Corp wins this round after we had a round earlier in the tournament. I think it was round 3. Was 6 runner wins on the top 6 tables.
Yeah, damn.
It's bouncing out over time. It seems to be pretty even, which is where we want to be.
Yeah. Very interesting. Like, of course, like in a tournament like only 13 tables per round, there is some variance to be expected. But and given that this is CBI and everybody has like earned the right to be here, I don't know if there's a meaningful distinction that we can make, like comparing the top tables to the bottom tables, in like this event specifically, as compared to, for example, let's say Worlds, right? Worlds, I think it's much more meaningful to compare, let's say, the top 20 tables to like the bottom 50%, and like see like what changes in demographics we can expect. But over here, like firstly, it's small enough that it doesn't matter that much, and secondly, everybody here like has won something, right? That's the only reason why you can be here. So there is like a baseline of skill that we can expect already. So I don't know if there is we can draw any meaningful conclusions from the top X tables being whatever. In this case, Corp wins.
Yeah. The only conclusion I'm happy to draw is if someone from APAC wins, we can declare the region goated.
Yeah, that's the best conclusion that we can draw. I mean, 10, I believe, out of 27 players on APAC today. I mean, apologies, everyone. I couldn't be one of them, but had commitments in the morning. It is what it is. But yeah, I don't expect there to be many, or if any, like shall we say, like reverse colonizers, like people from APAC going into other regions to play.
Yeah, there's always a couple, but I wouldn't expect to see too much of a contingent. No delegations like we have a Seattle delegation here today.
No, it's a big Seattle delegation, right? It's the Seattle Vancouver meta, I believe, is like the if we want to consider that the unified one, we have like plenty of them. Of course, Man and Moon and Santa, as we've already talked about.
Encoder's slightly further down the coastline, but same coast.
Yeah. Comrade Coheed, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. Hectorist or Wenjong. Oh wait, okay. I am not 100% sure this, but I think that Wenjong was born in China, so I'm gonna give him a pass on this one. We're gonna give him the honorary stamp of approval, APAC stamp of approval.
I think Hector said flying to Shanghai in like 7 hours or something earlier in the day.
Then all right, okay, definitely gets the stamp of approval. All right, rooting for you, Hector. Let's go.
Always got to cheer for ISWAC anyway, right?
That's right. And a couple
Anyone
more
here today
outliers.
representing a corp ID that doesn't rotate is a hero in my books.
That's true. Wow.
Maybe that's old
Now that you
propaganda,
mention
though.
Now that you mention it, just scrolling through the ID list, how many people playing IDs that don't rotate? Asa's rotating, nah. So 3 odd players,
There's 3 odd
1
players, a
Thule,
Thule
1
player,
RH, 1 PD, 1
and 1
MPM.
P.
Oh,
Yeah,
good grief.
it's all the ones, pretty much.
What a shame. What a shame. But yeah.
19
so
players are playing IDs that rotate out of 27 or 25 active.
Okay, so other outliers in terms of like people playing, Amarum and Jacques playing from Russia. Russia's in Asia, right? That's how it works. No?
I'll let everyone argue their case for APAC inclusivity. The
Yeah,
whole
fair
west coast of the US of A was the Pacific Ocean. We were chatting on comms before. That's Asia Pacific, right?
Sure, right? We can give them provisional membership. So the question is, how much do we want a how many slots do you think, let's say, the West Coast is going to be taking at this, compared to, let's say, Russia or China or Australia?
With the way the standings are shaking out, it is looking pretty good for North America. It's not looking insane, actually, scrolling through the standings after 5 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
There are 6 players currently on 12 points, of which at least 1 is APAC innately. 2, I think, are Fenris and Abstracted.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, there's
But as
something
I'm
going
used
on.
to like a
Wait, there's
50-50
something going on
split.
in the chat. What is happening? Bing Bonko saying it's not our fault. What? I no one is blaming anyone for anything, right? Like, this is, I smell like a guilty conscience. What's going on here, Bing Bonko?
There's no fault here.
Oh,
It's all right to have a bit of region envy. Just because we've got the night owl events for the West
right.
Coasters.
That's right. Seth, feel free to chime in. Feel free to chime in at any point if you feel your region is getting slandered a bit too much. That's what I like to hear. Get him! Get him!
Oh, sorry. I was muted for the stream. I said the West Coast is guilty as hell of everything. I'm throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, we got that. We got that.
But now the stream got that.
Yeah. Where do you live, actually, Seth?
Or I live on the West Coast of the U.S. Over in Seattle. There.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, wait. This is a region trader we're talking about. Wait, how could you say this?
Allow me to explain. I live in Olympia, about an hour south of Seattle. So no, we have to make sure to sabotage them whenever possible.
I see. All right, and I do see like some people that I know aren't on West Coast. I know Cold Lava stays in New Jersey. Definitely a West Coast anti-fan. Sindarin, assume it's West
is
Coast,
Joe-
judging
Joe's
by what he's
doxing
saying.
stream.
Yeah. Yes. So Vancouver. All right. I mean, everyone in chat does understand, right? This is going to be like a West Coast bashing channel until someone decides otherwise, which probably will be, and that some probably will be whoever comes to kick us off the stream for being too rude.
Is this really what we're doing all break?
Okay. I mean,
Long signal plays.
we gotta do some filler, right?
That's because we're like what 1v3 on Asia Pacific tournaments being won by North, what was it, Northwest United States and Canada.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking continentals, last year, okay, I'll say actually last year, 2023 was won by Sana, who is still playing in this event, by the way. And I believe the 2 years before was Soccer, and the year before that was Whitegate, who's also playing today. So all those playing, I can't remember where Soccer was playing from over in those 2 years, but yeah. Definitely
I think
the
more
West Coast.
central.
Sure.
For some reason, Edmonton's in my head, but I might be wrong about that.
Got it.
But then you, Hassan Al Jaib, reclaimed APAC for the.
Yes, that's the one thing I will take credit for. Yes, we reclaimed APAC for APAC. You know,
Ending the streak.
yes, long live the fighters and so on and so forth. Well, that being said, there are 2 APAC continentals this year, so I am hoping that we will get to claim at least one, if not both of them, especially the in-person one. Okay, look, Vale, right? Speaking as APAC to APAC, if we lose APAC to like some foreigner, right? If we lose the in-person APAC to some foreigner, like we are never gonna live that shit down. Okay, we gotta step out of our game, surely.
In person.
Yeah.
So
Tabletop.
who's all got a
Jets gonna
passport
fly
ready to
over
go
and get
here?
Don't let it happen. Although I'm washed as hell, so it's gonna have to be you, Joe.
Oh, come on. Oh, it's so rough. It's so rough.
All right. 2025, the year of de-washing.
De-washing.
Well, at some point we should probably cut to break.
That's
Oh,
true.
it looks like we've got a 30-minute break before round 6. I believe this is textbook yapping.
That's true. All right.
Yeah, we'll give them some music and some silence.
Catch you all. We'll be back in 20-ish minutes.
All right. Have a good 20 minutes, y'all.
Yeah.
And welcome back. That's our second break done for, and we're getting ready to look at round 6.
That's right. The break is done for. It is gone. It is kaput.
And I have some bad news. We seem to have lost track of Vale. Don't know where he
Oh
went.
no! Where'd he go?
I thought it was your turn
Oh,
to watch
shit.
him.
Ah, crap! Wait. Did it? Is it gone from under the rock you put in?
I don't know.
Oh crap!
We're not supposed to
Well-
leave him there.
Well, my bad, everybody.
Unfortunate. All right, this round we have. Let's see. We do have 419. So on table 4 we have 419, who we have not yet seen, Encoder versus Giot. That sounds like an interesting thing to watch.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that.
All right, let's go try to get in there. Oh, goldfish memory. Table 4.
Yeah.
Oh, it moved. You can't do this to me.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. We got. What else we got? I don't know if we've seen Op really fire off lately.
If you want to see an op list, we can do an op. I'm down. I'm always down for some op gameplay.
Yeah, how about we see what Man in the Moon is up to on table 10?
Oh, sounds fun.
Yeah, I think we saw. I forget what we saw. If we saw an asset-based op on someone else, so now we have to see what is Man in the Moon up to. And we most definitely want. So let's go in. And also, of course, let it not go unsaid, there is an opponent in this game on Hoshiko, MGK, who we have not yet spectated this round.
That's absolutely correct.
Overall, pretty sick tournament. Double boomerang to get through Nancy. That was a cool play earlier in round 2 or so.
That happened. Holy shit, that's so sick. Was it like
Yeah.
was it like a Q loop gameplay or?
Yeah. Start a run, use Masterwork to install the boomerang, break 2 subs, use Q loop to install the boomerang off the top, break the remaining sub.
That is hype as hell. That is based. Holy.
Yeah, that whole as package is pretty sick. We are. Let's see. We have the round starting.
Just about a minute's time. Right.
Yep. Got to be careful not to start the round early. Someone got in trouble for that earlier.
Uh-oh. Yeah, let's not do that. But yeah, so this is round 6 of 7. As a reminder to everyone, it would be 7 rounds of single-sided Swiss with a cut to top 5. Well, technically not a cut to top 5, but the top 5 from this pod and from the rest of the other 2 pods going on the rest of this weekend will move on to the top cut of the CBI, which is, I believe, going to be next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend. And to make the perfect 16 players, the Circuit Breaker Invitational winner of last year will also be part of that pod.
Yes, with a very, very cool gachapon art, which I believe just got released, or the art for it just got released this morning, which is...
Yeah, oh yeah, I have that. So why don't we put that up real quick? Everyone pay attention real quick. Here is the gachapon in question.
We're just going to flash it real quick.
Yep. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's gone because the game is starting.
Let's do it. Right. So it's op. Just a normal 49 card op.
Yeah.
With a triple install on turn one.
Wide op looks like
I-
assets.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
And
saw an op
against
game earlier that
NGK,
had a bit of a tough time because Kumalo does not struggle with assets.
absolutely not whatsoever. And MGK just on a 46 card Hoshiko. I don't know if we have any idea of what we would be expecting here, do we?
I don't think we've seen this player yet, so apart from what the ID suggests, no idea.
Sure. But we just go click, draw, click three, moshing. Kind of a slow start, but this was a keep from MGK, so
I'm sure we're about to see moshing in several strike funds. Oh no, tossing out.
no,
It's a patchwork deck.
tossing out a patchwork. That's interesting, actually.
Maybe there's already another one in hand.
Yeah, and Maryland campaign is the rest, but no Spigator Excavator, which is what you normally expect from these white asset obelisks. Getting the Maryland trigger, credit trigger into the cell, and just three more cards hit the table. All right,
Yeah.
MGK just taking his time, click the draw. Whoa, I haven't
Whoa.
seen that in a while.
Board totally uncontested on turn one, but this scrubber is just gonna take the board down. Not quite as fast as Kumalo will, but we have an answer
Yeah,
to any
or
one
even-
card.
Yeah, and it's interesting that NGK has chosen to go for this over, for example, a Miss Bones, which is normally the pick in this kind of. I don't want to say red Koshiko, but Patchwork Koshiko definitely enjoys installing 2-cost cards. Miss Bones cost 2, gives you 12 credits to blow up the board. Scrubber, your infection substitute.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit quite the same.
Regardless of the choice, this may be what prompted the keep if you suspect OB assets.
That's true, actually. That's very true.
But I know it doesn't trash an entire table in one turn, but this early Scrubber is gonna be some money. Like this Hearts and Minds,
Absolutely.
it just goes. This is one of those cards where if you leave it alone, it will. If you give an inch, it will take a mile.
Absolutely. So, of course, the downside for Man in the Moon is that there isn't a ice for you to farm counters off of. Powers that be. All right. Of course, no cards in archives at the moment since the only thing that was trashed got shuffled back in. This is just an install from HQ.
If only we hadn't shuffled the Rashid. If only we hadn't shuffled the Maryland back in.
Yeah, we could have gotten the Maryland back. Oh wow. Okay. Just go money, run the Heart and Mice. I assume and hijack. Oh my god.
Ooh. Filthy. That's gonna cost the corp some money.
Excuse me. Wait, alert, we have a hijack router in the chat. What is this? What is this thing?
Whenever the corp creates a server, they lose 1 credit.
That's illegal. That is super illegal.
Okay. Am I going to start to try to count how often this makes the corp lose money?
Or I think everyone's eagerly going to be awaiting that. Okay, and I tell you what. All right. I played like 2 games of JNet yesterday, right? And in one of them, like someone hit me with not 1, but 2 of these bloody things, right? I mean, yes, it is unique. The other one got lost to net damage. Let's not go into that. And whoa, that's a triple install. Azef Protocol, actually.
Oh.
We are hitting the wall to wall
Just
here.
Absolutely fearless. Put agendas on the table turn 1.
Yeah. So that was a Offward Office installed turn 1, and looks like an Azef installed turn 2. R&D searching for a 0-cost card. This is going to be a Spin or a Shida. Of course, you install in a new remote. The problem, well, not the problem, but you will have to be aware.
Man in the Moon is cooking.
Oh, excavated. Yeah.
And that's 1 hijacked router trigger.
Yes. 3. Yes. So down to 2 credits on Man in the Moon after spending 3 to advance, triple advance, plus.
I think that was the second hijacked router. No, that was just 1.
Yeah. So 2 hijack router triggers. So Excavator, it looks like Excavator is going down this turn. And are we going on this? What is this? It's another. It's the same wall to wall, right? So we'll kill this thing. But yeah, I did want to. Talk. Oh,
More hearts
MGK.
and minds. Yeah.
I think MGK did know that this was a wall to wall from archives. I'm surprised that he didn't. He didn't track that. Oh, Spin Doctor is the res. Are we trashing? Are we firing the Spin Doctor? I think if Man in the Moon doesn't fire it, MGK probably is incentivized to trash. Or
Yeah, I mean, the runner's shown that I think they would prefer to trash only credits that are provided by Scrubber, but Spin Doctor is one of those cards that just enables some nonsense.
yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Like
And often
this-
is a discard pinhole threading. Probably makes sense given the lack of ice that we've seen.
This looks like a scoring deck, and so you might expect to see slash and burn agriculture. So if there's a res Spin Doctor that's allowed to stick around, they can do that safely.
So I do wonder how many ice is in this deck, given that Man in the Moon seemed perfectly happy to keep a triple install hand with no ice against a Hoshiko deck with, I mean, you don't know that it's on Scrubber, Hijack Router, right, of course, but you do expect that kind of, even like the reggish Hoshiko decks play his boats and a bunch of like Operation's the wrong word. Event economy, that's right. That's the word.
I mean, it seems like the runner has enough tech against the assets.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're going to -1 credits on the hijack router. -2 credits, all right?
And I'm only counting that as one. Oh, fine. We'll count it as 3, 4.
Patrock is the install of Paladin home, so 2 credits, down to 2 credits on MGK, but with the 2 Scrubber creds and Patrock, you expect ready to go this turn.
Yeah, you get 2 credits a turn. You got to check everything. Warrant Tracker.
Hello, what on earth is this?
It's a good card if against their asset tech. That's what it is.
It is if you can. I guess the problem is if you can stick it. Is the thing, right? And currently looks like we're not able to res thing. So it looks like MGK's what's happening is just checking the board for 0 res cards that Man in the Moon would want to fire for tempo. So Spectral Excavator is like a very notorious example of that. Rashida is another one. We haven't seen any of those so far yet.
Yeah, and this makes sure that if Man in the Moon is going to try another agenda just on the table, it's not going to slip through.
That is just another Maryland campaign. No credits to res, right? Just yet. Wall to Wall probably will take another credit this turn. It's going to be somewhat tricky, I think, for Man in the Moon to get above Maryland res credits while continuing the asset spam that he seems to be happy with doing this past few turns.
Yeah, you might have to pre-res that Maryland campaign. But also, Warrant Tracker lets you not create new remote servers. You just keep putting new assets into that server.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we see a Cleaver coming down. That's not the most impactful install on this board, obviously, seeing as there's no ice.
Do you think this is a 0 ice deck?
Oh, that's a very good question, actually. I don't know if I have a read on that specifically, but not running this does give Man in the Moon the space to rest this Maryland campaign, and I think that's very. I think he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief on that he's not being forced to rest this Warrant Tracker, for example, on server 11.
Yeah, and the runner didn't check,
else
just flipping Hoshiko
mystery
back.
install. Yeah, not getting Scrubber value this turn even, which is a little bit of a shock. But okay. Man and Moon has been given this opportunity and another install in server, and finally we see an ice covering
Just
this.
one.
Yeah, just one. Of course, notorious suspects in border control. Very, very common. There we go. That's the.
Hey, look, it's border control.
And I guess you break with Cleaver. I mean, what else you spending this one credit on, right?
Yep, and then border control probably gets a sandstone.
I want to say, yeah, Sandstone seems likely. Oh, Wolf, Fire? Oh, hold up. That's interesting.
Don't want to spend the 1 credit.
Double Scrubber. Hold
Double
up.
Scrubber, that's rude.
That is very rude.
All right, how many Scrubbers do you think it takes to say, I think this is better than a Ms. Bones?
I mean, on a per turn basis or like overall is a thing, right? Wait, hold.
Forced Connection, I don't see any credits to pay for that. It's
No,
Trace 3 to give the runner 2 tags.
Like 2 tags, yeah.
And that was last click. Do you think this is a mad list?
Oh, it could very well be a mad list, huh? Man and Moon up to 2 credits. I don't see a way to kill from this board, especially not without like a Rashida in server 11, which obviously there isn't. It's like a Warrant. So what is this deck actually? Force connection, and Warrant tracker. I mean, now that we've seen one force connection, it's reasonable to suspect that it's another one hiding in server 11. Probably. So you don't really want to go in there unless you can clean up the entire server, right? Okay. We're going to trash
Scrubber. Yeah.
Kind of vindictive, but you got to do what you got to do. I
mean, if there's one thing you're trying to get away with, it is trying to have these assets just naked on the table.
Yeah, it's true. So Raindrops cut stone on server 11. Man and the Moon has the option to pop this border control, but I suspect that given that MGK is only on 0 credits, or only 2 real credits on this scrubber, not enough to trash this warrant tracker. Not that MGK wants to, I suspect.
Well,
but it is a warrant.
We're bringing up the warrant. Basalt Spire.
Interesting.
So we're protecting that other upgrade.
I think it's going to be like a Spin Doctor return from Archives. Either that or Excavator. That's a fairly reasonable card too. Yeah, but we don't know what this other card is. We will see. We will see what it is very shortly, I suspect. And I mean, my money will be on it being a second force connection, given what we've already seen.
And then you're probably cooked on tags with that forced connection.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am thinking, there's another force connection. Adding another force connection to HQ, very rude. I will note that if this is a damage kind of deck, that there are 3 steel skins already in archives that have been trashed by this patchwork.
Agreed. Throwing away your protection just to draw some cards.
And I think if I'm MGK, I'm interested in using this cover to trash wall to wall. It's been going on for maybe 3-4 turns now, giving this slow drip of cards or credits.
It's been credits so far, but yeah.
Yeah. And given that you are playing this hijacked router kind of strategy with like credit denial, and I think if you are going tech me and trying not to die, then killing the corp's access to like end of the line credit levels is probably wise.
Yeah, the runner taking a minute to think because there is, among other things, all these tags and Paladin at 3 credits. About to start making you trash your own cards.
So we haven't seen that much influence yet, right? We've seen just the Spin Doctor. So it's not out of the question that Man in the Moon would have imported in like NBN tag punishment. But for some reason I doubt it, because like when I'm thinking about this kind of like op kill decks, and this looks to me like a horizontal version of like the Venti, like the big op 74 card op lists.
I wonder if this is a mad deck and you trash a bunch of rezzed cards to give them tags, you usually need biotic labors to get enough clicks to play end of the line on the same turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So that kind of big op, or Venti op, or in this case, the horizontal op, is counting on mutually assured destruction and having a lot of res cards to just mat you, and then counting that you can't clear all the tags on that turn. So we go crit, trash, scrubber, back down to 0 credits. Both players kind of in the dumps econ-wise, although NGK does have that fermenter going. Cleaver Buzzsaw already installed. Don't expect there to be many res cold gates on this board state for quite some time, though.
I'll be interested to see what sentries might be around. Stavka would be tough.
With good grief, we're just installing an Earthrise Hotel, going tag me. Of course, this costs 0 credits, right? Just with the Scrubber plus Paladin. Undo. Thinking about it.
I mean, if you do that and the corp spends their whole turn trashing your Earthrise, that seems like a win for you.
Yeah, crit trash Earthrise is like fine, right? Although I am thinking if NGK wants to take off those fermented crits now, Man in the Moon probably. I don't think Man in the Moon is able to get Mavirus pop from 0 credits and no Mavirus installed currently. Unless, is there a way actually?
You'd have to border control to fetch Mavirus if they make a run at it.
Yeah, correct. You would need a like an op fire to fetch a Mavirus. But I'm just thinking there's no way to install a Mavirus and pop it on the same turn from 0 credits, right?
Yeah, no, you'd have to be playing too big to fail or something, and there's no way you put that in an asset deck.
Yeah, absolutely not. Okay, so Man in the Moon has 2 options here, or 3 options. First, you can purge if you are worried about the fermented crewing value.
Actually, I do have a very stupid idea. Predictive planogram. That'd get you the credits to do something.
That is true. Well, I guess subliminal messaging also gets you there. Right? Subliminal crit install Mavirus pop. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. So who has predictive planogram in tag op on their bingo card for this year?
Okay, there we go. That's the purge.
Yeah, that was a lot of fermenter counters, and that was the only way the runner was going to get back into financial solvency.
True. The trade-off is, of course, that MGK will be getting at least these 2 cards off the price, and never mind Patchwork Shield Gamble. It's the strike fund. Oh, Seth, cover your eyes. It's the strike fund.
Hey, I'm only worried if there's additional costs. Also, we figured out how to fix Patchwork. We're just rotating it. Get that out of this game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Okay, so Man in the Moon, still on 0 credits for the past 3 turns-ish so far. MGK accessing a bunch of singles from HQ, putting another card in the remote. I imagine that if MGK challenges this turn, we will be seeing a border control fire.
Yeah, I forgot for a minute.
Maybe not.
I forgot that there were 2-pointers around, because I just saw the Basalt Spire and I just started to think, oh yeah, that's what you do in a non-scoring deck. But this is a scoring deck. You're on all these 2-pointers.
Yeah, and with the powers that be even. Yeah. That just been sitting around for the past 10 turns. It's gotten 2 triggers, it's not so bad.
Yeah. So what
Although-
are these tags doing in this deck?
Yeah, we have seen an end of the line access from HQ, so definitely NGK needs to watch out for that. If Man in Moon ever gets up to 5 credits, we can go credit end of the line, but we're just going install Hush and run.
Yep,
Marilyn
strong Hush.
campaign.
Bamboozled.
Oh, I'm so tempted to trash this, I am so tempted to trash this thing.
But then you take the Worried Trace, and then it's you got the sunk cost because you didn't even get rid of the Worried Tracker because you chose to access the Maryland first.
It's true. It's tricky, right? Because if it's you, in this situation going up against Warwick Tracker with an unknown card in the remote, do you access the Warwick? Would you rather access the Warwick first or the unknown card? Given that you've been wanting to that there's a reasonable chance that you want to trash the unknown card, right?
And I think at this point you either give up on trashing things out of that server or you go Worried first.
Wait. Hold up. That's not right. MGK, I think, didn't access the rest of the server. There's still a forced connection trace to go through.
Yeah, there's still a forced connection in there.
Yes, I think MGK didn't access the rest of the cards in the server. I think we probably have to roll that back. 1 second. We probably need to resolve this difficulty.
Yep, technical difficulties. Stand by.
Please stand by.
Yeah. And in the meantime, I think that earlier decision to trash the scrubbers is now paying off because I think if the runner still had 2 scrubbers, you probably think about getting rid of the Worried first because you still have
Oh yeah, absolutely.
all these credits.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah,
because
the thing is, even if
it is. Yeah, you do know the cards, but you are obligated to.
Yeah, you do have to touch everything. So, and that's why the corp is trying to make this go through, trying to make all this happen through this remote. Because if you want to take down Maryland, you've got to eat a War Age trace. You've got to eat and for just looking at the server, you have to eat a forced connection trace.
Yes, absolutely. At the bare minimum. So trash or a trace, all well and good. I mean, I imagine NGK is just going to take the 2 tags from this. The difference between 4 and 6 tags is inconsequential, probably, if you're going tag me. I assume Man in the Moon isn't playing those filthy cards like Market Forces.
Paying to beat the trace. It's only 2 credits because of the Hoshiko link.
Yeah, we paid the trace. That's interesting, actually. That's not what I expected. DJ Fenris or Steve. Okay. Ooh. I assume we are using this to get a Steelskin Scarring back. Oh, sure, gamble. Sure. Fine. We trash a Spin Doctor. That's only the second spin. Yeah, there we go. There's one more spin still lying around, recursion-wise. And, of course, Powers That Be. If Man and Moon is interested in that kind of thing. We go Ice HQ.
Yeah, Steve is a high priority threat, so Ice HQ makes sense, but maybe trash DJ makes sense.
Okay, so MGK has the ability to play that Steel Skin again. Are we out of strike funds? Yes, we are out of strike funds, so we can't play this gamble quite yet. We go crit, gamble. That just makes sense. And I wonder if MGK is interested in clearing the rest of these tags.
Paying into the forced connection trace suggests that you are.
Yeah.
And you don't have the clicks for it, but you do now have enough credits to get rid of them if that's what you decide to do for your next turn.
Yeah, and I mean that fermenter. I mean, it got purged a while back, but it is ticking up. So definitely, MGK will have the credits for it. Man in the Moon, not at like the 0 credit hole that it was a couple turns back, but still a lot of work to do if he wants to get a flat line off.
Yeah,
In theory, we can get a.
the window to exploit these tags is slowly closing.
I mean, I say you say slowly, but I feel like it could be quite rapid. MGK could just clear all the tags this turn and get the show gamble off even.
But then you got a Paladin point move credits you got to spend.
Another card entering the remote this turn. I don't. Do we need to be worried about this actually?
Maybe that's a pretty annoying remote because we're not getting rid of the Warroid or the forced connection in there.
Yeah.
Nor is on HQ,
Okay.
so that ice not stopping the runner from getting Steve value. All right, looks like maybe we are going to consider trying to put a stop to Steve.
Was it Afshar press? Okay, that's interesting. So for a moment I thought that Man in the Moon was going to get some try to pop a Mav on server 11, which would have been a valid choice. But no, looks like just an Afshar only down to 2 credits here, so definitely no
Another
scoring
forced
threat going
connection.
out.
I think that's the
Ugh.
one that got picked up from the Basalt Spire steal.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. I feel like if you're MGK, you pay into this, right? It's kind of annoying, but
It's
you have
annoying, but
to.
you have
And
that fermenter right there.
yeah, and because you picked up a strike fund, you still can pay into this trace and still have enough to patchwork rules bullshit back into your show gamble.
Yeah, we're starting to run into time on the round, so players got to step on it. That is all the
Oh, we're
breakers
installing
assembled.
Echelon. Okay. Not we're installing Echelon and not playing the show gamble. So 2
And
credits on
you have patchwork.
11.
You can just do whatever you want. If you want to say I have 9 credits now, you can do that.
That's true. We have used the patchwork already this time to install the Echelon. Although you strictly didn't need to, given that you had all 3 credits on Paladin. Okay, no, MGK will undo this click. Has the option. Oh, credit. Burner. Hold up. So this is going to put the end of the line at the bottom of the deck. So almost 0. Wait, that's the wrong subroutine to break.
Yeah, you got to break the end of the run.
So 5 all doesn't do anything, and we're gonna. Yeah, that's going bottom for sure. Now, War Tracker you put at the top. All right, that's kind of what I like to call a grief maneuver, but I think it makes perfect sense in this case. This is like probably a pretty dead draw for Man in the Moon, given his credit and like resource situation in general. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we weren't undoing the burner click. It was just installing of Paladin. I feel like we didn't take.
Well, this is a very spiteful game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Burner 2 cards, purge the fermenter again.
Yes, and we know the card in HQ is a warrant tracker, and we do know the card in server 11 isn't Rashida Jahim.
Yeah. Hey Santa, we're just watching a very low economy game play out.
Yes. Oh, normal. It's low econ because both players have collectively agreed that it's low econ, right? That I think MGK had like on multiple occasions the option to purge this fermenter, but chose not to. Looks like we're getting a patchwork fire of this click though. Not many cards left in the stack, and we have a strike fund. Oh, I didn't realize we had a third strike fund. I thought they were all gone. Oh no, because it didn't. Yeah, it was the click that he undid last time, so he does still have that access.
I guess the stack must be spending its influence on burners. There's not much else. You got one on DJ, one on Echelon.
Yeah,
and Turbine, of course.
2, 4, 7 influence in archives that I can see. I assume 2 echelons. So
Gonna guess that there's a Ashen Epilogue lurking around somewhere.
Oh yeah. Okay. Actually, I do think we do still have that one show gamble in HQ. In the grip. So MJ can burst up to 9 credits whenever he so desires. And I'm just wondering when, like, if ever this is going to pull the trigger on this fermenter. It's got to purge twice already on, I want to say 4 counters each time. And an over install in server 6. Very interesting. Playing around the hijack router, of course.
Yep. Not expecting a lot more powers that be triggers.
Mm-hmm. What is going to be what would you install on this board state? There is one more excavator, probably spin doctor, and I think the fact that it's an over install in an existing remote is probably signifying that server 11 as something that Man and Moon wants to protect. I don't believe we know the new third card in there, right? We know it's
I
a
don't think
warrant
so,
plus
no.
force connection. Yeah. And the Marilyn got trashed and something else got in there. 9 minutes on the clock. Of course, Man and the Moon is currently the ahead on agenda points, but given that there's a twinning down, MGK has
This could change rapidly.
Absolutely. He is still tagged me, which is important. So, amendment, of course, not an amazing credit situation, but
yes, Fiadagor could
2
just
credits is more than enough. Yeah, to remove multi-access. Like 7 minutes.
Svidagor could just easily shuffle the deck, bring the end of the line to the top, and bring you into credit range of playing 2 of them.
Trickster Taka is the install. That's the first twin counter of the game. Turn 15, by the way. Now, do you run R&D or HQ? HQ would cost both of your credits because of the Afsha sub. I don't expect that Man and Moon can rest R&D eyes. You get the double access there.
I think you'd go. I mean, I'd be tempted to try R&D. I don't think we know what's in HQ, but maybe you'd run HQ after you can try to make sure at least one of these credits, or at least you tuck one of these credits away somewhere that doesn't just get lost to Afshar.
Yeah. Oh, just triple credit. All right.
All right, wall to wall.
Okay. Very nice, actually. Over installing means that you get your single asset bonus, because previously that powers that be was blocking it. Of course, the side benefit of not losing the hijack router credits, a 4th card entering the remote. So it's another upgrade that was there in server 11, most likely.
Maybe it is a mutually assured destruction deck.
I think that's fairly likely. And we do know that there was a warrant tracker in hand from earlier. Sure gamble. Up to 11 credits now. You can't just clear 3. All right, that looks to be the call. And now
tags are gone. It's Maryland.
Another Maryland campaign. Good grief. All right.
All right, Corp's got to do something. But it looks like finally the corporation may be approaching a respectable number of credits.
Yeah. Is this the highest number of credits that we've seen Man in the Moon get all game, like, other than turn 1?
I don't know. I think he might have started the game with 1 credit. Extract. Or started the
extracting
game with
what?
just 4.
All right. So this is this third spin doctor.
All right, so
Wait.
how are you trying to win from this point? You need to get a good piece of ice or something, and then somehow try to sneak an agenda through, or maybe you just play to the clock and try to stop the runner from getting any agendas.
I don't know if you can do that though, because this tuning, like I mean, there's like 7 agenda points in
Oh.
score areas right now, so it's like so 13 still lurking around between, and like 24 unknown cards, 25 if you count server 14, right? And I guess
Almost
2 in
forgot. That's 2
archives.
hijacked router triggers.
Oh,
It's
that's
3.
true. Damn. And let us not forget that hijack code actually still has text you can run archives.
So rude.
I'm thinking, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think it's about time you pop this bloody fermenter, right? On MGK. It is Spin Doctor. Okay. And do we spin the spin plus 1 unseen, all right? So 1 face down in archives left. Now do we check the board of MGK? There is like 1 more Spector excavator unaccounted for. Notably, the end of the line is no longer at the bottom of the deck because of the spin shuffle. We see another burner. Good grief.
Now, if the corp's playing really boldly, could be Hearts and Minds plus an agenda.
Yep. Although I feel like Man and Moon is not going to be bold enough to naked install an agenda on this particular board. Tucana, wow, that's a very bold decision in terms of
Tucana
like deck
is
choices. That indicates that it is like trying to score out of remote and play like the end of the line game at the same time.
Yeah, Tucana's sick.
All right, and hold up, finality has entered the grip from the Steve trigger. So I do wonder if MGK is going to go for that on as his last. This is going to be a 6-card access, but no. Okay,
No,
we're just leaving the board.
just waiting.
Yep. Okay,
All right,
excavator.
Sviatogor has escaped.
Probably not unexpected.
Sound the
And we will
alarm.
sell this
Sviatogor
one.
made it through to start a turn trigger.
Oh no, that's not allowed. You can't let the op get away with it. Okay, we're pulling a 1 cost. We haven't seen that many. We've seen walled walls. Yeah, there we go. That's another one.
Wall. Come on, we need something depraved, like an urban renewal.
And advance in this.
Advance in the border control.
Good.
That's hushed.
That's
what are we
bold.
up to?
Yeah, that is very spicy. I mean, into a full breaker suite even. I assume this means that Man and Moon is trying to set up some kind of tag fork, like given that we know that there's 1 force connection in here already. But it's so dangerous into finality, right? Because like in theory, MGK can just run the remote. If it's an agenda, you can. If it's agenda, you can steal it and then move the hush over to R&D, so no border control shenanigans there. And then finality as your last game. Oh, pinhole threading. Okay.
Pinhole. All right. Which card do you touch with the pinhole? Do you use the advanced card to see what's going on?
I feel you just touch the advanced card, right? I think that's just like the principle.
It's a reverse
reverse card. Okay, crisis averted. I don't know if you go for this one though. Do you trash this?
I don't know. It seems like you just finality and maybe win.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to just finality this. Maybe if you're paranoid, you move the hush. Oh my god. Okay. No click move the hash. We're just going. If this is a second border control, so be it. Confirming it this time in a round. So NGK, this will be NGK's last 3 clicks of the game. And then we'll see if Man in Moon has any tricks. Of course, if this finality, if this 6-card access whiffs, then Man in Moon can just click for credits and win the game just based on the points tiebreaker. So that's all there. Okay, no rest. We're just going. 6 cards.
Just part of the cards.
That was it. Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
GG. Yeah. I mean, you know what they say, and okay, personally, I kind of hate saying it because it does feel a little bit callous to say it, but you know, the agendas have to be somewhere. But that's life when you're playing an asset deck and you're, you know,
and then they get 2 scrubbers and a hijacked router in the first couple turns.
Yeah.
So I believe that was. I think that was maybe 8 triggers. Well, what am I counting? No, I think that might have been 7 credits lost to the hijacked router.
I think it was. Was it 8 triggers? I feel like it was. I feel like it was 7 triggers, at least by my math, and 2 of those were into the negative. So realistically, -5. It's -5 or 6, right?
Yeah, I think 7 is correct. I'm trying to figure out why this wall to wall is highlighted.
Highlighted. That's interesting. Was it not rest? Or no, it was because of the excavator. It got excavated. The Maryland.
Oh, well then that's another hijacked router trigger.
Oh, that's true actually.
That's 8. I missed that one.
Okay. So is it 8 triggers or 8 credits lost? Because 8
triggers. I believe that's 6 credits lost.
6 credits lost. Okay, yeah. So that tracks.
Okay, we got last round pairings. Last round pairings. What do we have here?
Oh yeah, that was. We really spent a lot of time. That was a barn burner, as they say. But of course, well played. As always, to both players. It's always a pleasure to watch Man in the Moon cook.
Let's see. I don't believe
we've seen any outfit. Have you seen an outfit today?
We did see an outfit. We saw an outfit score very powerfully in one of the earlier rounds.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine then.
I think the only one we haven't seen among here is.
If we want to go 419, we can go 419. We didn't get the last round.
Let's check out 4119. So table 4. Let's see if they will let us in. But boy, you know we're cooking when we see hijacked router.
Oh yeah. That was only the one hijacked router, right? We didn't see more than one.
I don't think we saw more than one.
But yeah. And looks like we have a couple minutes before the start of the next one. At least I hope so. Yeah.
I don't know if you caught the stream, but while that punitive turn was happening, I got a chance to put the punitive thinking meme onto the screen.
Oh, really? Damn. Always love a good visual meme. All right, looks like we're good to go for table 4.
Alrighty.
All right, and we have Daogen against Encoder. Daogen, noted. I think I want to say one of the all-time greats in terms of NRDB deck contributions. Always love when he posts one of those things. I feel like he's got like maybe 300 decks.
Yep, Even I recognize the name Diene.
What do you mean, even you? Come on now.
Yeah, I don't browse enough NRDB. Oh, table 11, very decisive name there. You see all those little swords?
Yeah, stabby. Yeah. One wonders what's going on in there. But yeah. But yeah, well, where was I? Daojen playing PE today. Known PE enjoyer, I must say. And it does look like most of what did he play at Worlds? Daojen was at Worlds, right? I don't recall. I don't recall what he played at Worlds, but oh well. It might have been PE, but yeah, he is a known PE enjoyer. Feeling like and making the comment that lots of players playing rotating IDs. Shout out to the ASA enjoyers.
Yeah, we're giving them one big old send off here.
Absolutely, yeah. Encoder playing 419. I think he's been playing 419 quite a lot in the past meta at the very least. A variety of corporations, but sticking with 419. And you got to respect the criminal, what do we call those crimp pill diehards. Shout out to CTZ. Daojen saying the list will be up minutes after the game. Oh, that is commitment, friends. That is commitment. Oh, okay. There we go. That's the punitive math being. Gotta love it.
Yeah, and then Toran says that he is up to something. So also encouraging us to check out his game.
I do remember one of the last games I played against him was at I think it was New Zealand, the online New Zealand Nationals. I think it was in Q3 last year, and it was another PE deck, and I lost to funny enough, I think I was playing 419 and I lost to, I think it was a Neurospike Fuji. That was kind of painful.
All right, so we have 419 hasn't felt super popular lately, but against Personal Evolution, that's probably making a bunch of remote servers. There's both a really good asset against them in that you'll get to hopefully see what they're putting on the table, or you'll just get to charge them money. But also, it's Jinteki, and that can be some rough business for Criminal to deal with, especially the type of Jinteki that plays Snare.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Snare notorious in the Criminal matchup for sniping breakers out of hand. Not to speak anything about the flatline threat even. And then R&D. So we go hatch double install, and we are just giving 419 the money here.
Yeah, if there's no Armakua down yet, you don't have to pay or respect them.
Yeah. Of course, the knowledge that it's a Phonotria on R&D is fairly useful.
Yeah, you do get to ask. You do get to ask what those tags do.
Inspiring. Oh yeah, absolutely. So pretty slow turn 1 from encoder, but of course another pretty slow turn from Daojen turn 2 as well. Just cred double install. I think encoder will be wow. That is a very setup heavy hand. Just 2 daily cards in the first 2 turns. I guess we can credit again. Yep.
And then over here on Personal Evolution, we're setting record new heights for how much money has ever been in PE's bank account.
That's very true, honestly. And Rashida in server 1. Okay, so that's an ice on top. And Archives ice. Wow, you don't see that very often. 4 ice in the first 3 turns. That's also a record for PE, I'm pretty sure.
What kind of glacier sicko is this? Diogen, you got
Okay.
some splaining to do.
Oh, and this is a very heads up Rashida res, by the way, playing around the falsified credentials that sometimes, well, I say sometimes, most of the time, makes its way into 419 decks, or sometimes even other criminals, just as a way to, as an econ card that at the same time charges turtle.
Yeah.
So good foresight on Daojen's part. And it's, I mean, he already pre-exposed it to encoder, so it's not like
We're not
it's
revealing
not
any
he didn't know what
information.
is going on. Yeah. So the question, what do you think this ISO server one is? My guess would have been Tatu Bola.
That's always a good option.
And it does look like this is encoder's guess as well. Of course, the alternative is this is an Anansi, which
It's always
is going
a
to be a
Nancy.
very, yeah, it's going to be a painful face check. It's also a painful as a Karuna. Okay.
Karuna.
This is probably the worst case scenario for Daojen, given that this is a clean break that doesn't give any like value for him on the pass, and it's also not an Anansi, right? Leech coming down.
Yeah, it's always the worst
Oh,
case. You always want it to be a Nancy, but sometimes it's not.
and it's Spin Doctor installed in server 1. Probably see a res here on runner turn. There we go. And encoder up to 6 credits on the daily cast. The Earthrise Hotel finally times up, and we finally see a Shen Gamble character, another arrest. Wow, that is so much. That is so much setup. Setup econ.
This
on
deck
encoder side
list,
of the day.
this runner list feels like I'm watching something from 4 years ago. Career Fair and Earthrise Hotel. What is going
4
on?
years, thinking like 8, bro. Like this is some like 2015 shit, you know. Wait, was 409 around in 2015? No, right?
I don't think so.
Well, 409 is Kitara, and Kitara was like 2018,
Yeah, Kitara.
I think. Yeah. So yeah, 6. Yeah, split the difference. Call it 6 years. Spin, shuffling, hedge, and face down.
But you're getting this
so
secret value from 419 because you know that's a spin doctor and you don't have to even think about trying to contest it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the armor core is down. There is like a real cost to Daogen doing the install and instantly resin.
Yodel.
L. That is not a card you normally see in Jinteki lists. Or not Jinteki lists, in PE lists. Of course, you've seen this with the YDL, bacterial, punitive, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Diogen just knows the turtle is coming and just ices all the servers to start with. We're not going to see a runaway turtle this game. Hermes, though.
Absolutely not. Go install, draw, and Devil Jump. Good grief.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get all those cards out of your hand before net damage rig shoots you.
Yeah. Rashida popping on turn 6. Now this game has like been kind of slow, like in terms of the pacing. And I think Diogen is like finally in a position where he can rest some eyes, defend his centrals a bit, and maybe still pay into the 419 tax turn on turn. But I think in general, slow games overall will favor the 419. Just having more time for his ability to trigger more times. And just forcing reses on multiple servers is probably what he's interested in doing right now. Mindscaping.
Yep, Mindscaping. Gonna pick the top card of R&D. I know one person in my local group said like really, really likes Mindscaping, not even for the possibility of doing net damage. Just feels that it is a very powerful operation to resolve for the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, chat calling out possibly the possibility of having an Araceres crew install for encoder, and I think given that we've seen Devil Charm and Leech, that's not out of the question. Ice Destruction in the 419 ID makes sense. Oh, and there we go. Right
Speaking
on
of
cue.
crew,
Good shot. Yeah. Speak of the devil. We can just smash HQ right now if we want to get a doof off, but nope, just a normal run. Was there an expose? No, there was no expose in server 1 this turn.
yep, no
No
expose.
rest. Punitive. Okay, yeah.
Hello.
Okay, makes sense. Hello. Bravado. Hit back into HQ. Fuji. Ow,
Okay.
ow, ow. Okay, yeah.
Well, it's a good
Yeah,
time
we know.
to have all this money.
Absolutely.
But you got one click and one
We
card
have a
left.
problem here, though. We
We
have
do
a
have a
problem.
problem here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Good old Glacier PE at work, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's problematic. That's not problem. Yeah. That's not good for encoder, huh?
I mean, I think Diene has enough money. You have an 8 credit lead over the runner. You only need 1 punitive.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see. I mean, unless that's exactly a diesel in encoder's hand or a steelskin scarring, I don't see how he worms his way out of this one.
Oh, wait, hang on. We are prepared.
Prepare?
Yeah, we gotta have that punitive meme ready.
Oh. Good stuff. Right. It's the finger hovering over the trigger. But yeah, encoder has one last click to make something happen. And I don't expect that he'll be able to steal 4 points unless that's like a legwork or a CTZ style Maker's Eye on R&D. And
All right, we're
it's going
just
for
trying it.
I don't think Vanity Project is in the format, so I don't. This is probably not gonna check out. And yeah, there we go.
No, seems unlikely.
Yeah. Punitive Counter-Strike. Here we go. Hit it. There we go. There it is.
Pinhole. That doesn't save you from punitive.
That does not.
Good
Right,
game.
GG.
Just slow down and don't let the 419 fluster you.
Yeah. I mean, that was a decent amount of econ play that game, right?
Yeah, that
Two
was
white
money.
yells,
Money
two
everywhere.
white yells, a hedge, and a mind slipping, and one rush up. Oh, that was 10 minutes. That was not so bad.
Yeah, now we gotta go check in on Toron's game. Because I hear something's cooking over there.
Right. Let's just hop in for a second.
See, that's table 6.
All right, we're good to go on table 6.
All right, I was promised cooking. What is cooking here?
Cookie. That is. I.
Precision
Yeah, well,
design with Jaguar on D.
Okay, I don't know about you, Seth, but when I play against precision design, I don't expect to be taking Nightmare Archives to the face.
That is a notable swerve we have going on. That's some YDLs in archives and the jupe sod in archives. 1 core damage on the runner.
How? 1 core damage. I assume that's from the Jagarundi face check.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, and 29 credits on Toron. I don't know about you. I think I might smell like a salvo testing big deal in the near future. What do you think?
Yeah, Yodel does it. You get the 1 more credit out of it because you have the plus hand size with PD. What are these upgrades? Is that Mr. Hendrick?
I feel like it might be a Mr. Hendrick, quite possibly. And like honestly, it's like the fact that it's like 5 ice total on centrals and only one in a on a remote server makes me feel like it is like a big money, big deal kind of deck, and because of that, it makes me think it's a salvo testing kind of deck, and that's kind of spicy. We do see like 9 credits of a missed bones already. So what got trashed? Probably a Jupe start, possibly Rashida's as well. And let me see a Bravado. All right. We're going on centrals or what?
Bravado. 2
Yeah,
clicks remain,
Bravado.
so gives you a bit of a hedged bet on how to deal with possible click loss.
Tattoo Bola is the res. Very, very common import into this kind of PD lists.
Is
And-
Tattoo Bola common in PD?
Well, not necessarily in that kind of, not in classical Scanvoid PD, but I think the Shoot the Moon YDL variant definitely plays.
Speaking
at least one.
of big deal salvo testing.
All right, alert. Salvo testing has hit the corporation score area. 2 core damage now on Space Ice. Ontological dependence is now online. I repeat, Onto is online.
And then, hey, we get a precision design trigger.
Oh yeah, that was a RLC. I see a high giant jet. Hello, Aksu. Good morning. As you can tell, I'm currently on the professional netrunner player into washed up commentary pipeline, following
Yep.
your noble footsteps.
Yeah, you don't even have to be part of the pipeline. I went straight to being washed without ever being good at netrunner.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but you went there, huh? Okay, Kurupira coming down for Space Ice.
Yeah.
You can get, looks like a triple access on R&D with this one at the very least, unless this sucks. Yeah, even Cruising Grid is not going to stop this twin.
1 click remaining, perfect for dealing with Ikwa if we think that's even in the deck, or the right amounts to have
for some reason, I suspect that the Ikawa project is going to be a thing. Oh, so second salvo testing. There we go.
Okay. Nightmare Archives, steal a 3-pointer. You've only got 1 point.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, we bounced, we Hermes the face down card. So if it was a Hendrik, well, I guess we'll never know if it was a Hendrik now.
Maybe if it gets reinstalled.
Yeah. I will note that if you had bounced something else and accessed that card, maybe it was a Hendrik and you'd have to pay for it, but you would have gotten 1 extra credit of Zion. It's kind of just like Space Ice just left free money on the table, you know?
Mm-hmm. So I have to note with this red level clearance, you can clicklessly go up a credit and then have enough credits to do big deal salvo testing again.
That is true, and that's a lot of credits. Is this a bifurcation?
No,
It's no. Oh my god! Oh, ow!
With more core
Ow! That
damage.
is ow!
This feels unethical.
Okay, you have to kill this Jupe start, right? Because like, I mean,
do you?
I imagine
One more
it's
score
like
probably wins it for the corp.
I mean, you flatline off a bifurcation, which is not a sentence I ever thought I had to say in my netrunner career.
No, you
but
don't.
Yes, you will flatline off. Yes, you do.
Bifurcation would take 1 core damage, taking you to 0 hand size.
No, it's off the Jupe start and the salvo. It's 2 core.
Oh, salvo, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is just straight up lethal. I think you have to. Surely you have to, right?
I think the thread is another ontological, really, and Jupestad doesn't make that any more lethal.
That's also true.
Like the thing about bifurcation is you're putting 1-pointers in your deck.
It's true, but I mean, what other cards you playing other than salvo and ontological? You know what I mean? It's an 18-point deck, 3 salvo, 3 onto. We've got 3 points left. It just makes sense. Okay.
I
We
think
will
that's
be getting another triple access here.
I think that's where you get one Ikawa.
Fair enough. That's a possibility. Another big deal trash.
Oh, big deal.
Responsible.
We're all in. $3 for
Look, we
Zaya.
didn't get any decoder access, so server 2 looks like safe for the time being. 2 boomerangs in the bin already. I think if I'm SpaceX, I want to sweep HQ. Well, sweep is a strong word, but definitely
think-
get at least a single on HQ. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the threat is definitely in hand.
Right. Oh, well, looks like Bar in the chat is backing me up. If you're on Salvo, you're 1,000% on bifurcation. Okay, that's a lot of bifurcations per salvo, but sure.
I'll tell you what, if we find a oh no, well, okay, you have the money for that, and the Carmen.
Yeah.
But we're on threat
at this
now.
point, you probably just take the tag, right? Like, this is like way too late in the game to be worrying about this kind of thing. Oh no, we will spend a click, right? So
Do you think you take one tag or do you think you jack out?
That's a good question. I feel like we have to take the tag, right? I mean, the one call really doesn't matter. I mean, you scared of getting hypoxia? Maybe. I don't know. But I think it's way too important to try and snipe agendas. Okay,
Tattoo Bola.
The curse of accessing Tattoo Bola continues.
With all these cards,
okay, I was
11 left in R&D. The corp's got to have it.
It's got to have something. I really want to see a bifurcation flatline. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Threnta in the chat. I unironically look forward to seeing your reverse pipeline. You gotta do it. Do it. No. Why do? It's not a bloody bifurcation. It was just a second octo. But yeah, well played to Toron. Wow, this PD cooks, huh? What a game.
Yeah, there's always that debate of do you put when we got all the new Thule cards, where I was asked, wouldn't it be better if you put the Thule cards in sports metal? And then some people asked, what if you put the sports metal cards into Thule? But no one asked, what if you put the Thule cards into PD?
Mm-hmm.
No one except Toron.
Absolutely not. And I mean, I want to say that, back before RWR released, when salvo testing was new, people were like experimenting with like big deal salvo. I don't think people really got anywhere with that. And eventually, of course, like the shoot the moon PD list got to the point where you generated enough credits to actually fire off a big deal, but that always was a game closer, right? Rather than I want to score a 5-3 first to begin.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's very cool to see Toro taking this in a new direction. I don't know if anyone's done this before, but well, I'm not sure actually. What are the results looking like? Does Toro have a chance to make it into the cut?
Let's check it out. Cobra away.
Toron is on. Toron will go to 15 points. That is 5-2. So yeah, he has a very, very reasonable chance of getting in. There's a whole bunch of people at 12 that are chasing for these slots. Of course, Amarum and Abstracted. I believe they ID last round. That just makes they did ID. So that's two. The 2 of the 5 slots confirmed. So congratulations to both of them for making it into the CBI cut.
Yeah, into the top cut. Yeah, there's 5 players to make it in.
Yes. So I believe we discussed that we are claiming Amaron as APAC since he is a Russian after all.
Seems reasonable.
So that is, so 2 out of 2 so far, and rooting for the rest of them to make it.
This is the final round.
Yes.
Round
Final round of this,
7.
that's correct. How many pairings left? So we just got Stephanie, Prof. Wacko, and the Moon. Just a couple more. Don't know if we have time to go in anymore, but it's okay. We can just take a look at this. So Toron has won his round. We've got Daogen has won his round. Styx has beaten Santa. Chris has beaten Fenris. So, and Jad's game is still ongoing. And I believe that is also, we have Toron, Styx, Daogen, Analyze Chris, and either Jad or White Blade taking the. So these 5 players are competing for the last 3 slots. So two of these players will bubble out of the CBI cut, which, I mean, of course, commiserations to those that bubble. But it is what it is. And in a field this stacked, there are bound to be some heartbreaks flying around.
All right. Do we think that we can... We do have about 16 minutes left in the round. Do we want to try to get back into a table?
Sure, why not? I guess since we are here, we can take a look at the last, or actually, do we want to look at the bottom table since we might not see these people again? Let me just go into table 10 and check it out. All right, looks like we are a go for table 10. Stephen E against Prof. Wacko. And okay, good grief! I see a bloop, a bloop res.
Bloop. Now we're talking.
That's not standard.
We have not seen a lot of the harmonics ice, and then we see freedom on consume and an open R&D.
Consume on 4 counters. Okay, that's a lot of counters. And fully operational. Okay. 5 triggers, very respectable. Definitely on the top end of fully op. Looks like draw 2 and take 8 credits and an ice R&D. 20 credits definitely can be threatening any number of things. Prof. Wacko with an Audrey counter.
Yeah, but only 2 points to any, or each player has only got 2 points. There's a lot of game to go. We've been installing a whole bunch of cards.
I do wonder actually. So Prof. Wacko has a single Audrey counter, and that is like double fresh install in server 1, right? In theory, you can break through here because wave doesn't end the run. It's just a 3 credit. It's just a 3 credit gain. Wacko will fire off this pinhole threading. I assume we are checking the upgrade in server 1. It's a cohort from.
We're taking out the cohort. So many choices on that pinhole.
Yeah. This is the cohort and powers that be is the only influence that we've seen so far, other than the Tatu Bola, of course. Do we have a
action?
math pop?
Action. Do we have a Mavirus? We have a Mavirus.
Oh, it is a math pop. Okay. That's not good news for Prof. Wacko.
Yeah, now there's a Mavirus in archives. That's not good.
And I do wonder what happens if what happens on this board state specifically if you pinhole the Mavirus specifically, because of course you will get the purge manually. You will be forcing Stephanie to manually purge.
So you'll end up. So if you trash it, you'll end up with an Audrey counter and a consume counter.
Yeah.
Because you get those after the purge goes off.
And you do know that it's a non-agenda card because of Asa's text, and there's a second card installed. Okay. Looks like we have some lag issues. hopefully all settled on Prof. Wacko's end. But yeah. Mavar's install probably seals off that server for this entire turn. Mm. And in my experience, like playing like Freedom into ASA Group, I think Freedom is like able to put on like a lot of pressure on the corporation, on HB in general, like in the first few turns. And it really comes down to whether the ASA stabilizes, and eventually they will stabilize, right? But whether they can stabilize at a high enough credit total where they can like pull this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this looks like a very stable credit total.
Yeah, absolutely. With that last fully operational, definitely looks like Stephen A is going to be able to pressure multiple, to rest multiple pieces of ice on multiple servers. That being said, we have crew charges straight up coming down.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can res
and
all the ice, but if it gets destroyed,
you
R&D
can,
is just open.
yeah, you can rest exactly one ice, and this is going to be exactly dead to the crew charm combo. Looks like not even going to be a rest. Okay, so
Yeah.
we will have 2 virus counters to trash things with. It's a Rashida, so not even that,
It's another
and
Rashida.
a Rashida. Hmm.
So now you need that second ice for R&D. Otherwise, if you don't res the ice because you don't want it trashed, then they're letting you. Then you're just letting the crew soft destroy the R&D ice anyways.
Absolutely. And another fully operational. Looks like we're just going to take 10 credits off of this one. I do love myself a good fully op. But 9 cards left in R&D. Stephen A doesn't have a lot of time, honestly speaking.
Yeah, that's where you
Server
start
4,
looking at the mill plan.
yeah, Server 4 could be an agenda install. We're running HQ, actually. That's interesting. We don't have any multi-access. We're just going to kaboom this blue. Okay.
Yeah. I
Reasonable.
mean, with an MCA about to go off, HQ is probably where some agendas are.
Absolutely. Yeah. And looks like just are we not breaking this?
Surely we
going
break
on
this.
here?
There's 2 Botulus
Yeah,
counters.
Yeah, surely. This is like practically free to break. Oh wait, we are using Audrey. Wait, hold on.
Oh, it's
because
the
we want
Strike
to
Fund engine.
Okay, we want to strike fund. Fair enough. I'll save the botulus counter. The cow punch. Oh, that was such a heads up strike fund. Strike fund trash. Oh,
Exactly
what a
enough
play from Perfecto.
credits.
Credit perfect for strike fund. What a champ. We haven't used freedom this turn. We can't just go back.
My cat is biting
Oh.
me for
Oh.
attention.
Oh no. Oh no, someone save Seth. No, the cat. Seth, you good?
Yep, I think I'll make it.
All right, excellent. Okay, we're going back. This is last week. Of course, no more Ikawa potential. There's no strike fund for clicks, as Stephanie rightly points out.
Yo, I have a good idea for an Anarch card in a future set.
Uh, True. Wait, so how would that work? Like when you trash this, gain a click? Like what happens if it's not your turn?
I think that's the matter for you and God, you know? No one has to know what
Okay.
happens.
Is that like the official stance of the NSA rules team?
Until someone else contradicts me.
Okay, fair enough.
You are going to be limited because you don't have a way to spend clicks on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we see a wage workers res on server 4, and a powers that be, second powers that be. Very good. So notably that I want to say server 4 could be another Mavras. Whoa, that was just an Ikawa just naked in.
Yeah, I think we're just
naked,
getting
but
an
you know what I
Ikwa
mean.
out of there.
Very good. And we still have 1 click remaining.
Are we getting a jam in the remote? Worth noting that that probably ended up being a very clutch seamless launch snipe out of HQ last turn from the Freedom ability, because that would have saved Stephanie one click on this Ikawa score, given that it was pre-installed. And that may end up making the difference. We'll see what happens here. We get a install server 1 as the last click, and then likely an ASA trigger on top. No, wait, this is Powers That Be. Sorry, my bad. So Powers That Be from Archives. And we'll see what the last thing ends up being. Server 4 still has an upgrade. I didn't want to touch on that because there was no like Mavirus pop on that HQ, on either HQ on that turn. Not that it ended up being necessary, I don't think.
Yeah, if you're on 1 Mavirus, then it's in Archives. Do you think this deck would be on 2?
I mean, we can't just count this influence. Yes, we have 1 Mav, 2 powers so far. Cohort, so, and Spin Doctors, all 3 Spin Doctors out. So still plenty of influence left to go. I think it could be very likely that there's a second Mavirus in the deck. Spoiler alert, I do play 2 Mavirus myself. Okay.
Is this giving away your plans for some later pod?
I am not playing CBI. I'm perfectly comfortable revealing this information.
Ah.
Yeah. It looks like we have some rules gurus in the chat.
No, don't listen to them. They'll lead you astray. Next, they'll tell you that you should, listen to the wise fey creatures and do what they ask you to.
Wait, wasn't I supposed to do that? What's going on? Like, I mean, someone like a nice I went up to like a nice witch in the woods the other day, and she offered me some Turkish delight, and I took it. Was that wrong?
We'll find out. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Yeah, okay. 100-year winner coming in, everybody. No worries.
Jai reporting in from the witch's oven.
Okay. So in other news, yes, we are reporting in that yes, you can use this hypothetical click strike fund for clicks for offer you can't refuse runs or Hengeki. I don't know how much of a rules nightmare that's going to be, but I imagine that is a rules nightmare for you.
It's not the worst one I can imagine. Honestly, the interpretation that you just have an extra click on your following turn because they never get cleared out is basically what's going to happen.
Sure. And do you think that's reasonable within the rules? I know like in a lot of other card games with like action systems. I'm thinking of like Slay the Spire, right? With energy, and in that game you do like clear out your energy from the previous turn before you refresh. Do you think that's appropriate for Netrunner in general?
I think the designers are going to tell you just don't give the runner energy if it's not their turn. Oliver,
that's
Did you hear my cat hissing?
Whoa! Okay, well, hold on.
Whoa!
I'm sorry. In the Prof Wacko reconnected the game and immediately ripped another single off of HQ.
Okay, hold the fort down. I need to check on what Oliver's upset about.
Okay, you go handle the cat stuff. But yeah, okay, well played to Prof Wacko. Apologies to anyone who actually wanted to listen to Netrunner content. But here we are, and it looks like Server 2 was another agenda, and I think that's a very reasonable thing to do on the side of Stephen E. Just trying to push agendas out of HQ and onto the board. And it looks like there wasn't a second Mavirus, not on the table at the very least.
Okay, well, It seems to be just announcing cat barf, so I guess that's what that was.
Is the cat bath going to be fine? I've
Oh,
known a
yeah.
couple cats that are kind of bath happy, but
Yeah.
and I don't mean the Thule kind of bath, you know.
Yeah, Oliver's just deck building over there. He'll be okay.
Damn, the cats are deck building now, huh?
Cat confirmed dual player.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's gonna. Yeah, I think this is the last game. So if we can take a look at the final results here.
Let's check it out.
Oh no, they haven't reported them all.
Oh, looks like we're all done. I didn't realize we had a second ID other than the one that we had at the top table. Have our fun in the rest IDing the last round, but looks like that's it, and we should have our final standings in the absence of any.
Okay, there's 12 out of 12 reported.
12 out of 12 reported, and we have our final standings, everybody.
We do.
So
That
after
brings us.
7 rounds of this, we cut the top 5, and looks like congratulations to Amarum, Abstracted, Styx, Toron, and Daogen for making the CBI cut. Well played, and congratulations again, and hope to see you all next weekend.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be fun. And of course, it would be remiss of us not to go without commiserations to our 2 bubble players, Ziak and Analyze Chris. That kind of stings. I think these 2 players, notorious for bubbling out of major events. Ziak bubbling out of the ICC cut at multiple continentals before finally getting it at the 3rd one, and Analyze Chris most recently bubbling out of the world's top 16, and it's happened again to both of these players. So once again, massive commiserations to these 2.
We'll get him into the top cut one of these days.
One of these days, and I feel like if any of these players of the top 5 can't make it for the top 16 next week, it probably will cascade down to one of these 2 players, if anyone else. So I guess not all hope is lost. Check your emails, But yeah, once again, congratulations to these 5. Looks like we have an AWP, Ag Confusion, ASA, PD, and PE. 3 Hoshikos, a Let, and a Kid. Okay. Is that the kind of demographics that we expected for your top 5?
Maybe. I'm setting up the congratulations screen, so I wasn't listening to you for the last couple minutes.
Yeah, I will. Please, by all means, do not let me distract you from the congratulations screen. Very important.
I think we're good unless he rolls off the edge of the screen.
That sounds good.
All right. And then I guess we'll just show off the champ card for a quick. This is the Gachapon. I don't know when or how that gets into people's hands, but that features the Circuit Breaker Invitational winner from last year.
Absolutely. Okay. So, in terms of, this is very important. APAC demographics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Amaro was APAC. We've already discussed this. Abstracted and Styx are APAC. From Australia, both of them. So congratulations to Toron and Daogen both. The Daogen, I believe, is Montreal, which is East Coast.
I don't think we can count that.
Yeah, so we definitely can't count that. Toron, I'm not sure where Toron is from. Because definitely in the States somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Montreal. There we go. So I am. In any case, I am going to count that as a massive W for APAC today. We have successfully defended. We've successfully defended our home ground from the invading North Americans.
Congratulations to
So
APAC. We'll get you next time.
yes, yes. From the bottom of my heart to Amorum, Instructor and Sticks, thank you for defending APAC in my absence. Congratulations, Amorum. You are APAC now, whether you like it or not.
We'll be sending someone to kidnap you shortly.
Yes, expect that kidnapping in the mail at some point, along with your Gachapon alt arts, probably. And of course, big thank you goes out to everybody who played today in the rest of the CBI. Yeah, it's always great to have this kind of like cross regional gameplay go on. We get to see that kind of regional mix and like having different metas collide. We did see like we did note like the freedom demographic today. I think another demographic worth talking about was the Asmari, although I suspect that would come into play more in like the EMEA region, which is coming up very shortly in just an hour and a half. Yeah. Senna saying in the chat, West Coast faltering in the last round. Yeah, got him, APAC.
Yeah. Speaking of, if you want to see more, if you just don't have anything better to do with your weekend, the America Pod is coming up in about 8 hours, so better get your sleep in quickly.
Yeah. So EMEA will be in an hour and a half, I do believe.
I thought that was Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
Yeah, America is a Saturday. EMEA is Sunday, I believe.
Oh, is that right? Well, shit.
Yeah, not continuous netrunner. So sorry, everyone.
Oh no. Okay, I completely got my days wrong, if that's the case. But yeah, if either way, so tune in sometime later this weekend for more Netrunner, whether is it Americas or EMEA. And of course, don't forget to tune in next week for the top 16. Only 1/3 of which has been determined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any more shout outs before we sign off, Seth?
I don't think so. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. Good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, But I mean, have an excellent afternoon to specifically those in the APAC region. Thanks once again for coming out and giving us the numbers, and hope to see you all again very soon. Of course, thanks once again to our excellent judge team, Craw. I'm not sure if it's anyone else except Craw today, but yeah. Big shout out to Craw, big shout out to Vale, our intrepid co-commentator for the first half of today. And shout out to all our viewers for putting up with us for this long. Yeah. Anything else? Probably not.
Oh yes, we did misplace Vale, so if anyone finds him, tell him to go to the front of the supermarket, and we'll try to pick him up.
Oh yeah, that's very important. We'll be right here next to the cat that's building Thule deck for some reason.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, peace.